All right, welcome back. Let's try that again. All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. We got our boy Angry Amputee in the building. Welcome. Shout out to Dylan Soup. How are we doing today, guys? This is an interesting one. And I think, especially because I used to cover a lot of Red Pill Manosphere stuff, this is an interesting one because I kind of stopped covering that stuff as much. But I still have a lot more to say about it and why you should be involved in this, should not be involved in this, all that stuff. But, I'm not going to just watch a Red Pill podcast just to be like, well, I don't like this. So shout out to SpeakeaZy, amazing debate channel, if you are not familiar, had a debate about whether the Manosphere does more harm than good in society. And I think it does. But I do obviously have to put out there that there was a time, like I just said, when I was very much into Red Pill stuff. And I called myself MGTOW and all this stuff. And so we'll get more into it as we go. But just want to I'm going to be shitting all over the Red Pill. But putting it out there, full disclosure, I was definitely into it at one point. So let's dive right in. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakeaZy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we open the floor for a full hour of back and forth debate before wrapping it up with 5-minute closing statements from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions from the chat. I'll drop a live Q&A, and you can start putting your questions in right after they start their openings. And at the 30-minute section of the Q&A, the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will be getting priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, your questions in the live Q&A may not get answered. So if you want to make sure your question gets answered because there's one you really want to hear the answer to, send in a Super Chat, make sure it gets answered. And once the formal debate is done, we open the doors to the community for a chaos and chill panel. That's where anyone can hop in, challenge, or question the debaters if they choose to stay, because this part is optional for the debaters. Today's debate prompt is Red Pill Manosphere causes more harm than good for men. And
for men specifically. Shout out to Behave. Welcome to the party. As you just heard, the prompt is that the Red Pill and Manosphere cause more harm than good for men. Shout out to Lil Neggy. Welcome. No, I'm not debating tonight. He did hit me up, but I got my own schedule. So we gotta schedule that one out. But I did just give him a whole bunch of lists of stuff. I should be up there relatively soon. And shout out to Horseradish. We didn't get to do debates this weekend, but next weekend I believe they bring him up again. And Graham T said you need to watch Jim Bob Tariak debate tomorrow night. Tarek claims to be able to defeat your agnostic atheist claims. All right, well, I guess we know what we gotta do. So that is the again the topic. The Red Pill and Manosphere does more harm than good for men. 10-minute opening, 5-minute rebuttal, 1 hour debate, and 5-minute closing. Let's do it.
Now let's meet today's debaters. For the affirmative, we have Moe Rebuttal, who has a channel right here on YouTube where he doesn't post much, but I'm sure after today we're going to see much more content coming. So make sure you guys all go sub up over and give him some support. All right. And for the negative, we have Martae Rayless, a ex-IFBB professional bodybuilder with also a channel here on YouTube where he focuses on politics, social issues, and his relationship with God. All right. So debaters, you know the rules. Keep it sharp. Let's get this rocking. I'm going to bring up the timer here. And just one more reminder for the chat. Again, if you want to make sure your questions get answered, send it via Super Chat because there's only a 30-minute window after the debate for the Q&A.
That's smart.
And since
That's
Mo, you
smart.
are for the affirmative, you will be going first for opening statements. So whenever you are ready, go ahead. I will start the timer up with your voice. And thank you both for being here.
Is my button working? There we go. Angry Matee said, red pill, good for man, but not society, if that makes sense. It makes sense, but I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Say a little more on that.
Get a little drink of water there. Well, first off, thank you, Easy and crew, for putting this debate together. Really appreciate it. And thank you, Martae, for showing up. I look forward to this discussion.
Shout out to John Castle. Welcome to the party. Is it being cool? Is it cool being Indian? I don't know. That's just what I've always been. Welcome.
Let's get into it. If you spend any amount of time looking into the red pill / manosphere, you'll find endless debates about what it is, what it isn't, and what it's for. Many arguments against it, especially from feminist and lower-C Christians, rely on a straw man version of the argument. That's not my goal tonight. I'm going to steel man the red pill / manosphere best I can, because if you're going to challenge a worldview, you shouldn't beat up the weakest version of it. And I intend to show that even the strongest version of the red pill / manosphere is still deeply lacking, and ultimately harmful for men, and in turn, society. The red pill / manosphere does get some things right. I'm sure Martae would agree with some of these. Men were lied to about relationships and masculinity. It gave men language for real issues like divorce, false accusations, and societal hostility towards men. It built brotherhood for isolated men. It encouraged fitness, discipline, and situational awareness. It provides data points for the gynocentric world men.
So, Angry said, red pill, good for man, but not society, if that makes sense. Good for a man to have self-confidence and to exercise, make money, but has a negative effect towards society, like toxic masculinity. So, I don't know if I agree. I don't know if it is necessarily that good. And I think that is the main reason I wanted to cover this, is because those things are good. But the red pill and the manosphere is not the only place where you get this information. And so, as Mo has already said, there's a lot of things that come from the red pill that aren't, the worst things ever. But I think the red pill itself, the mentality that comes from thinking like that, may have a small bump in terms of, giving you confidence, making you go to the gym, so on and so forth. But like you're saying, if it's creating toxicness, because toxic masculinity is not a thing, but if it's creating toxic behavior, then that is a problem that is larger than just what it's offering. We got the Wrath of Reason. Welcome to the party. All is going well. Same to you. Always a pleasure to see ya. We got batshit crazy in the building. Welcome. And representing the horizontal gang, the landscapers, Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome to the party. So far, we got 4 likes on each. We are tied. Verts and landscapers, you guys are tied. Let's keep it going. Thank you so much. Welcome to the party. Let's do it.
And situational awareness. It provides data points for the gynocentric world men find themselves in. These are all legitimate insights and descriptors.
Right.
Men do live in a gynocentric culture where courts, schools, the media treat them as disposable or dangerous. Progressives treat masculinity as a disease to be cured. This is destructive for society. But here's where everything cracks. The red pill.
Again, guys, if you are on vertical and you prefer the landscape where both are going right now, so I pinned the link to the top of the chat if you would like to be a landscaper. Come on.
/ manosphere has no mechanism for producing the kind of men who would build stable families, men of virtue, or men with any real purpose.
And I think right there, Angry, is my point, is that there's good things, there's good tenets of red pill manosphere ideology, but the fact that it is good. So like in the same way that you would say, you wouldn't say, well, maybe you would, but I would venture a guess that you wouldn't say Islam is good because it has the notion of prayer in it. That's kind of what I mean with the red pill. There's good stuff in there, but as an ideology, it causes more harm than good. And of course, we have Moe Rebuttal agreeing with that, and we have the red pillar Martae Rayless trying to defend it. Before we jump back in, we got Callan. Callan in the building. Welcome. said 54% of U.S. citizens between ages 16 and 74 cannot read above a 6th grade reading level, according to the U.S. Department of Education. In the UK, it's 18%, which is below the 21% of us who are illiterate. This is why people believe in fairy tales. Bingo. Well, dilly to that. I can't disagree with a word. Welcome. So yeah, okay. I think we're on the same page. They're saying that not everything that comes from it is bad, but if we're looking at it and doing the calculus of okay, here's the bad things, here's the good things, where does that end up?
Who would build stable families, men of virtue, or men with any real purpose, and in turn, a healthy society? They see the problem with legal marriage and its risks. Fine, but however, there are many studies out there that show the happiest men in the country are married with children. The unhappiest are unmarried and childless.
Yeah, I'm not married and I don't have any children and I ain't everything about my life. No, but I mean, it's I very openly would like to have a wife and a family. I'm not going on the dating apps and shit, but that would make me happier.
With children, the unhappiest are unmarried and childless. If marriage is so bad for men, why do men without it report the worst well-being? The red pill / Manosphere has no realistic path forward to solve this because their prescription reduces down to materialism. Chase money, status, and sexual options.
That is Morty.
Avoid the responsibility.
That is Morty. And again, guys, every single donation comes with a treat for the puppy. All right, brother. Hit that subscribe before you leave. Come on through live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. But true. Morty is definitely my child. For now.
Chase money, status, and sexual options. Maximize pleasure. Avoid the responsibility of having a wife and kids. But to what end?
Not only that, but I've got a light in the hallway. So I don't even, if it's late at night or early in the morning, I don't got to even turn on the bathroom light. Much less close the door, worry about any of that. I do love my peace and quiet. I do love my peace and quiet. I can do whatever I want, whenever I want. Obviously, I work and I need to pay bills and stuff and follow laws. But other than that, I do what I want. It's fun, but it can get a little boring.
Maximize pleasure. Avoid the responsibility of having a wife and kids. But to what end? You can own every toy and die alone with a high score in body count. None of that will comfort you on your deathbed.
True.
That isn't legacy. That's just high status consumption. Then there's the dating device. Spin plates. Sleep around. Practice commitment by refusing commitment. You cannot rebuild a moral society by acting like hedonistic animals. Real masculinity demands restraint, not endless indulgence. Even if your goal is to find a virtuous wife, what exactly do you gain by spending years practicing with women who have no virtue?
Syphilis!
So what happens to the men who follow the red pill? They chase casual sex, they delay or reject marriage, and what do they become? Well, there are worse things downstream of the red pill. Enter MGTOW, men going their own way. Men who stop trying, stop building, and opt out of society altogether.
Yeah, and I think we have a couple of MGTOW people in the community. I don't know if you're here right now, but after I was learning about the red pill, I made the decision that it's not worth it to spend time on dating apps, and especially after COVID, where people weren't going out anymore. I was like, okay, I'm MGTOW. I'm just a men going their own way. Like that's what I'm doing, but that's kind of just like what I'm not doing. And it's not enough of my life to put a label on that and be part of a club. Like it's just what I'm doing. You know what I mean? I don't think that, and then of course we'll get into black pill, which is not a good place to be. And that's exactly why I agree that it does more harm than good. Shout out to Section. Welcome to the party. So this is a misrepresentation of both red pill and MGTOW. I like Moe, but he's talking about pickup artist culture, not MGTOW or red pill. Fair enough. Welcome to the party. We will see as they get into it. Angry said, you see STD rates in big cities like Houston and Atlanta. Fuck is going on with you people out there? They're just going wild. Buck wild.
Their own way. Men who stop trying, stop building, and opt out of society altogether. Men who brag about freedom while living a life without legacy. And when MGTOW isn't enough, there's a darker evolution, the black pill. The men who did everything the red pill told them, lifted weights, got money, built status, but still can't get what they long for. So, logically, they conclude the game is rigged by genetics and other factors they have no control over, and they give in to nihilism. Hopelessness is the final destination for these men. MGTOW is the pit stop, black pill is the crash site.
Ooh,
now, I'm not
that's a
saying
good line.
every...
That's a good line. And Behave said, I hope you find a virtuous wife. Good women do exist. We just stay home. Yeah, that's what I've learned. That is what I've learned. All the ones that are going to be out on the dating apps, at the clubs after 30, that's not the kind of woman I want to deal with anyway. And then I'm also kind of a homebody where I'm not going out and, doing a bunch of activities where I could meet somebody. But again, a lot of my life is tied to, I got an old dog, making sure he's good and all that. And, I was just talking to my dad about this yesterday. And, I've already prepared myself that when that day does come and Morty dies, that I know that there will be an aspect of relief. The reason is because, and this is very common with people who, are caregivers, like if you have a sick relative or something, that not just the stress of dealing with that, depending on how much care this person needs, like, Morty doesn't need a lot of care, I feed him, he's good. But the fact that I'm worried every single day, every single time I leave the house, I'm worried if I'm going to come home and find him dead. And I can't escape that. And so the fact that I'm living with that every day, again, people who have are caretakers will be taking care of somebody, and then the person dies, and they feel that relief of not having to deal with that anymore, and not waiting for the other shoe to drop, and they feel really, really guilty about that. And you shouldn't like that. Your feelings are your feelings. Hey, shout out to Ron. Welcome. Made it to the party. Welcome. Very good to see ya. What else am I missing in here? Shout out to Face the Facts. Welcome. But more like Indian Moist Critical. Jesus had white woolly hair and eyes like fire. Well, I mean, I don't know about the hair, but I don't know about the eyes, but it's the angle. I'm pretty gray. We're getting there. Welcome. We also got APR. Welcome. Shout out to Manders. Be weird. Also, good to see you. Welcome. Wrath of Reason's got a debate. Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. All right, let's dive back in here. The red pill.
Black pill is a crash site. Now, I'm not saying everyone who follows the red pill will become MGTOW or black pilled, but simply the red pill / Manosphere move.
What's the topic? Because I'm gonna put up a poll if you guys want to watch this one or that one.
Movement further away from meaning, purpose, family, community, and virtue. So this is the thesis for everything I will argue tonight. The red pill / Manosphere gets the problems right and gets the solutions catastrophically wrong. And the men who follow it pay the price in the long run. So the main premises are red pill / Manosphere will list real cultural failures. 2, its prescription statistically.
Okay, so they're doing should we have the death penalty as should we have the death penalty as a punishment? This is an interesting one. So I'm gonna put up the poll. We're same kind of thing. Obviously, we can't speed up the live debate, but it's either red pill or what the fuck did I just say? Red pill or death penalty. I'll put up the poll. You guys let me know.
In the long run. So the main premises are red pill / Manosphere will list real cultural failures. 2, its prescriptions statistically make men less happy in the long run. 3, its core is hedonistic materialism, not purpose or real legacy. 4, it erodes the virtues needed for healthy families and in turn a healthy society. Men build and shape society. So that society is a direct reflection of the morals of the men who built it. And
No, I changed my mind. If we, we'll see how that one goes because I know this is already good. I've already got my mind in this space, so I'm gonna keep up with this. If you guys really want, campaign for it, but otherwise we can catch that one, after it's done. Good luck to the both of you.
Is a direct reflection of the morals of the men who built it, and I will concede the rest of my time.
Alrighty, thank you for
thinking good. Cheers, brother. Cheers, dilly to you and to Abe. Both good guys. I should have asked which side he was taking, though. Because I'm against the death penalty. Not that I don't think that there are people who can do things that deserve to die, but I don't trust the government to hold that.
I can see the rest of my time.
Alrighty, thank you for that opening, Mo.
And right, so section said that was quite a misrepresentation. So let's see if Martae catches on that.
With that, we'll hand over the mic to Martae. And Martae, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
So my opponent actually made an argument for red pill the whole time because I'm not making an argument for black pill. I'm not making this for MGTOW, which is not red pill. Although I do believe that this data packet that men follow is good. He also actually agreed to this, thus semi-conceding to the whole debate. But I'll get into this because I don't want to utter concession like my opponent last night was.
Again, a concession in the opening statement? That's been happening too often.
I won. We're not going to go that tangent. So we're actually going to have a real discussion that also will be imbued with debates, bone and sewn throughout this whole discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, moderators, and anyone who's wandering here looking for the crochet club, you know what I'm talking about? The sewing circle Christians. I'm here to defend the outrageous proposition that the red.
What exactly? I've heard that in context. This the what is it? The crochet club Christians. What exactly does that mean? I kind of from context understand that it is more of like a not being as strict. Is that what exactly does that mean?
And anyone who's wandering here looking for the crochet club, you know what I'm talking about? The sewing circle Christians. I'm here to defend the outrageous proposition that the red pill doesn't destroy Christian men. It just complements the job that most youth pastors were scared to do. My opponent will tell you the red pill turns men into bitter, plate-spinning cynics who he just did, who can't love. I'm here to tell you that it is the red pill data packet that aids in boys turning into men. AIDS, right? Who will finally stop volunteering to be the emotional tampon, walking wallet, and doormat to every.
Thank you, section. Sewing circle Christians think they're better than everyone else. Very snooty Karens, etc., etc., etc. So no, I'm gonna keep that one to myself.
Every girl who watched 1 too many Disney movies and 3 too many TikToks. We can all agree that feminism has infiltrated the nation and including churches. The red pill isn't anti-Christian, mind you. It's the protein shake that Christianity ordered, but the church kept replacing with decaf oat milk lattes, labeled servant leadership, as Western feminism infiltrated its very steps. We can all agree with this, and even Mo can agree with that. He's already agreed with half of my premise, and I'll continue. Christianity says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. Guess what? The red pill just adds the fine print nobody wants to read. P.S. Christ wasn't a simp. He flipped tables when necessary. So tonight, while my opponent may clutch his pearls and quote Ephesians 5 like it's a Hallmark card, I'll be over here pointing out that the same chapter also says wives should submit, something the red pill noticed about 15 seconds after feminism declared that word a hate crime. In conclusion, the red pill doesn't contradict Christianity. It just removes the laugh track that modern churches added so nobody feels uncomfortable. And if the truth hurts your feelings, well, welcome to manhood, population, guys who...
That's probably why he's defending it.
Took the red pill and realized Captain America never got friend zoned for being too nice. Now my opponent now has a debate at his helm, which he'll have to concede with. My whole argument is to state that the red pill complements Christianity, and it isn't a prescription. I talked to Rollo Tomasi himself in Vegas, the quote-unquote...
Oh, the godfather of the red pill, right?
Godfather of the red pill.
Oh, man. This is not looking good so far for Martae. Whether or not that Moe's characterization was accurate, I'm leaning hard in Moe's direction right now. Shout out to Equality and Deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome. said liked and shared. Oh, thank you. So very, very much. You guys know that stuff is free and easy and helps out the channel so very, very much. It doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to the party. So you didn't understand the retarded statement, the Manosphere is dead. Is it a joke? I don't think so. You let me know based on this debate. Welcome. Anyone see him simp like crazy to Page? What? Who's him? And who's Page? And what happened last night? What are we talking about? Obviously, the answer, no, I did not see that.
Prescription. I talked to Rollo Tomasi himself in Vegas, the quote-unquote Godfather Red Pill. He said there's no prescriptions in Red Pill. So that's my definition. Let's get this out of the way. The Red Pill is a data packet for men to follow. Meaning, like, if I give you fire, you can choose what you want to do with fire. You can either cook a fire or burn a village down. Here, listen to give you no prescriptions in this whole rhetoric. I just gave you a data pack of cautionary tales and warning signs. Now, without Christianity, guess what happens with fire? Without direction, guess what happens with fire? Anybody goes their own way and they make prescriptions. I agree that prescriptions are bad.
You mean like men going their own way?
That's never been the case for Red Pill. And I think that when you do this, there's been a grand schism in Red Pill where people have said, oh, this is Red Pill. Now, the schism boiled down to different denominations of Red Pill, which isn't Red Pill. He went down the path of MGTOW. He went down the path of Black Pill. None of that's Red Pill. All these people are designed to make, or actually, Dustin, by their own virtue, grifters, grifting off a bunch of men who are hopeless and saying,
all right, give me a timestamp, because this needs a side quest. So Paige debated Teriak on public school versus homeschool, and Martae was crazy samping. Let's get this, and yeah, give me a timestamp. I'm looking for him on the thing. Is he cammed up? I don't know what his picture is. Here, sorry, I'll do this. Ricky, so he's not one of these, right? We got yeah, give me a timestamp or a general timing of what we're talking about. We'll come back to that. Oh, you couldn't see it anyway. Yeah, so I was just scrubbing through. I didn't see it, but if you since we got some conflict, he was in the chat. Gotcha. Okay, well, hey, I agree that shooting your shot is not simping. It depends on how you do it, and I didn't see it, so I'll let you guys argue that out. Quality said, I'd imagine a group, movement, etc. being dead would require a lack of support. The exact opposite is true. More men than ever are acquiring Manosphere knowledge. Fair, but would you say that the money going into the Red Pill community, meaning like the creators, events, things like that, would you say the money is higher now? Would you say the views are higher now or 5 years ago?
Actually, Dustin, by their own virtue, grifters, grifting off a bunch of men who are hopeless and saying, oh, we're just going to screw a bunch of women. That, again, isn't Red Pill. All Red Pill is just awareness of the society around you. If you go to church, because he brought up, bring your money up, physical fitness and all this other, the church actually promotes any of this too. Health is.
The problem is that it's not just the Red Pill as part of the prompt. It is, where are we? The Red Pill / Manosphere causes more harm than good for men. So maybe if you're talking about the Red Pill specifically, doesn't have prescriptions and doesn't say do this and doesn't conflict with Christianity, if that's what you care about, maybe. But the Manosphere is more than just the book that Rollo wrote. And yes, I did read it. And I thought it was so cool. And to tie a bow on that, I did read it, and I did get a lot of good information from it. It's just not a something that I would use to build a lifestyle, like a worldwide mentality. There's just like, okay, yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
Bring your money up, physical fitness and all this other. The church actually promotes any of this too. Health is promoted by the church, bringing your status up, meaning like if I'm clergy, I have a different status than anybody else in the church. To me,
that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Why is okay? Then why is the PUA not part of the Manosphere? Because from when I knew it, everything came back. Everything that we don't like about the Manosphere, it all comes back down to Rolo. So why is that a technicality?
Bringing your status up, meaning like if I'm clergy, I have a different status than anybody else in the church. To me, it's like the red pill, to me, complements everything with Christianity. We don't see any difference with that, and I don't think Mo would disagree with that. So all these things that I would tell—
Hey, yo! That's a loaded question. Shout out to the man. Welcome to the party. Paul said, Rolo's written several books. Yeah, one was good enough for me. Welcome, Mad Man.
Christianity. We don't see any difference with that, and I don't think Mo would disagree with that. So all these things that I would tell you is like, okay, red pill's just opening your eyes to data out there. And that's my argument and my definition all in one, so we can get that out of the way. So me and Mo aren't exactly speaking past each other. So when it comes to the red pill, once again, I'll say it's a data packet, not a prescription. Once again, I can refer to the source, which is Rollo Tomassi, who said, I've never given prescriptions, and the red pill isn't prescriptive at all.
I agree with you on Martae taking this debate. He wouldn't be like, yeah, I'll argue I won't argue the Manosphere isn't bad, but the red pill itself, that I think would have a much stronger claim. And I honestly think that might be a more interesting discussion, considering Mo is coming from such a strong Christian background. Because like, if it was me debating that the red pill or the Manosphere is not good, then, you know, just yeah, it's got some good stuff, but whatever. It's stuff your dad should have taught you, or whatever. And then you move on with your life. You learn something and you keep it with you, but you move on with your life. Instead of just continuing to watch the same type of content over and over and over and over and over and over and over. I thought you were referencing Fight Club. I'm like, you might have blown some shit up, bro. What were we talking about? Behave said, a MGTOW asked me out, but he seemed annoyed with me for saying no each time. He called me a stuck-up bitch. Well, that you know, kind of fits with exactly what we are talking about. Shout out to Dane Snyder. Welcome to the party. Thank you so very, very much for the $5. Of course, you guys remember that every single donation comes with a treat for Morty. There he is for the verticals. Loving it. Thank you so very, very much. Dane says the whole question about it doing men harm qualifies the legitimacy of the Manosphere genre. The whole question about it doing men harm qualifies the legitimacy of the Manosphere genre. How can you say more on that? I'm not fully understanding what you mean. But thank you for getting us started off on that Squall goal. You are now the new sponsor of the stream. Guys, the Morty Memorial Fund is over $900. Thank you so very, very much. And now we are 1 out of 15 super chats and 5 out of 50. Thank you so very much. Let's dive right back in.
Source, which is Rollo Tomassi, who said, I've never given prescriptions, and the red pill isn't prescriptive at all. It's just data saying if this girl has slept with 100,000 people called people harlots back in the day in the Bible, hence being a hoe. We know a duck quacks like a duck and walks like a duck is a duck. That's all the red pill does, is saying, here's the data. This is what to avoid. That's bad. There's nothing wrong with this. All Mo's going to do is say it's people that are being responsible with fire that are burning villages down. My argument is saying fire isn't bad. It's just what people do with the fire that makes it into something else that isn't red pill, because all red pill is just a thing until people get their hands on data, and people can do whatever they want with data, which warps it into something else that it isn't. So anyways, that's my
shout out to Larry the Tapeworm. Welcome. Said, saw you on Jim Bob's stream. You were way more charitable to him than he deserved. I don't know if I was being charitable or I was just a little bit out of my depth, but I appreciate it. And thank you so much. Yes, I did debate Jim Bob on this exact platform. What was that, like 2 weeks ago or something? And I think, I definitely did not win the debate by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it was a good conversation. And, I'm glad that I was able to have that discussion with Jim Bob so that I could kind of, pull back on the religious stuff, because I'm much more of a political guy than I am a religious guy, at least for now. especially when it comes to these debate topics. Welcome. Quality said MGTOWs typically do not like the pickup artists because they are pussy addicts and worshippers, infighting of the people not getting laid. I mean, I'm also not getting laid, but you know, Jim Bob is a knob. Don't knock yourself. I think that if we just had a discussion about, hey, you know, the way that you talk about atheism is hurting your movement. I think if we were able to have that discussion, then, you know, he's very good at going into debate mode. And so he was in debate mode, win mode. And that notion of just having the discussion instead of trying to win something. What do I always say? Stop trying to win an argument and just have the conversation. Damn. What's is there a soap shortage or something? What's going on with the soap? All right, welcome guys. Let's dive.
They want with data, which warps it into something else that it isn't. So, anyways, that's my argument, and I'm anxious to get into this debate.
All right. Thank you, Martae, for that opening statement. With that, we're going to get into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to hand the mic back over to Moe Rebuttal for your rebuttal. No pun intended.
TM, trademarks. I'm using it.
Oh, that's crazy, bro.
It's a good one.
Hey, shout out to Hector in the building. Welcome over on the vertical stream. Said greetings to you as well. Welcome. We just finished opening statements on is the red pill / manosphere more harmful than good to men?
But yeah, whenever you're ready, I just want to remind the chat though, quick. Chat, the Q&A is there, so if you guys have questions for the debaters, get them in there. But again, if you really want to make sure it's answered, we only have a 30-minute window, and super chats, PayPal, and Cash Apps will get priority. So if you really want to make sure it's answered, get it through a super chat. But with that, we'll give the mic over to you, Mo. Whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
So again, this is a rebuttal. So they did have the 10-minute openings. Now they have 5 minutes uninterrupted rebuttal before they go into the open debate for an hour.
So notice my opponent here really didn't address the core of any of my arguments. He says that the red pill has Christian values in it. And also that it's just a data packet and it has no...
Oh my goodness, Dane again out-sponsoring himself. Thank you so very, very much. Let's get Morty his treat. Oh, he's loving it. Thank you so very, very much for the Big 10. Dane says, I don't think I can afford to engage in this completely, but masculinity doesn't exist with men as some nebulous collective that something does harm to. So I think that if I'm understanding you, you don't have to pay to talk. You're allowed to just talk, but I do appreciate it. Let's go back to what you originally said. The whole question about it doing men harm qualifies the legitimacy of the Manosphere genre. So that to me says the fact that there is harm being done to men from the Manosphere, or the question, means that we need the Manosphere. And that doesn't fully make sense to me. And then you said, I don't think the masculinity doesn't exist with men as some nebulous collective that something does harm to. I agree with that. But the Manosphere is not masculinity. Masculinity is a character trait and things that we can, traits, character traits and things that you can do. But the Manosphere, again, that's why we're saying that Martae should have not agreed to red pill / Manosphere, because the Manosphere is much, much bigger and not as well defined. And so Fresh and Fit, Manosphere, Andrew Tate, Manosphere, all these things that are definitely, like, I'm not a Christian, but the from the Christian side, those are completely incompatible. And so again, I do agree if it was just masculinity or if it was just the red pill is doing more harm, I would disagree. But I think the Manosphere itself encompasses enough to really do harm. Dane again, my goodness, Said men who have harm done because of online content are weaker. Thinking men who need other men, especially old guys like me, to mentor them. Well, but isn't that, again, for Morty? Thank you. Outsponsoring yourself again. And again, much appreciated, brother. Please do not feel like you have to pay to talk. This is conversational. We will get to everything, but very, very, very much appreciated. And Dane comes in. Oh wait, did we get? Yeah. Again. Does harm to implies the need to protect men. I don't disagree with that. But why is no? Are you saying that men don't? There's nothing that men need to be protected from? I think there's a lot that men need to be protected from, namely the courts. And that's why I think that, again, while there is a lot of good information, and it changed my life to be able to understand some of these things that, I just was never taught. They're really good. But the manosphere itself, I think, does more harm than good. And when I say that, I mean that it may, initially somebody saying that, like having confidence, working out, making money, those things are not bad. I agree. But the red pill, not the red pill, but the manosphere goes beyond that. Remember there was that one guy who was saying that a woman should stay with her husband. It was on the whatever podcast when she's getting beat up. And it's just like, it just endure. Like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? But Dane, thank you so very, very much out sponsoring yourself. What do we got? $22 just from Dane himself. Very, very, very much appreciated. Let's dive back in here.
He says that the red pill has Christian values in it. And also that it's just a data packet and it has no prescriptions. But let's go back to I can potentially see the whole debate because I agree with some of the scriptures. If you have a doctor looking at a patient, he has a fever, and one person says, I'm going to hit him in the head with a baseball bat. And the other guy says, well, I'm just going to give him...
Shout out again to our sponsor, Dane Snyder. Very, very, very much appreciated. I thought I hit you yesterday. Very, very, very much appreciated. While we're paused, let's see what we got here. Yeah, Jim, I'm not interested. Well, and here's the thing. I don't know that he's not interested in a good faith conversation, but he's not interested in a good faith conversation within a debate. And that's totally fair. What else we got? Hey, we got Liberty Plus TV. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Collectivist terms like this are meaningless. Is that relevant to the manosphere, or what do you think? TikTok and social media, not a good mentor. True, but that's why we need to understand that the good ideas that come from the red pill need to be, put onto our younger men before they feel like they need TikTok or social media as a mentor. Or, and Dane, I want to go back to this because why is it bad to have a mentor? I would think that would be inherently good. And I think I feel like that would be part of a red pill mentality, saying that, being in the company of other high value men. No? No. Larry said, Manosphere is harmful to men. I get that men are suffering, but it's not because of feminism. The issue is neoliberal pop feminism and the way social media algorithms poison the dialogue with rage bait. All right, I'll give you that. It's maybe not just feminism, but this neoliberal pop feminism. Fair enough. Quality said, PUAs tend to get a lot of pussy. Many MGTOWs simply purchase it. I was like, yeah, because they're jealous. They're jealous of the PUAs because they don't got to pay for it. Quality said, getting STDs is not something the sane get jealous about. Wrap it up. And then to the poll, the red pill is far more of a benefit than a cost to men. Right now, we're about 45-55. We're right in the middle. Make sure you hit that poll, which is only on the Landscape stream. Shout out to the Rage page. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very good to see ya. Did I miss one? I don't think I missed one. Did I miss one? Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. You guys know I can't count. There we go. There we go. I think that was extra. I don't think I missed anything. But between you and him, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. Thank you so very, very much. Angry said men need to be protected from women who have ever from women. Yeah, ever have a single mother. Yeah, men exactly. I do agree with that. I think that there is things that men need to be protected from, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I also don't think that looking up to other men who have respect justifiably, I don't think that's a bad thing either. Section said the issue is definitely feminism and government willing to push that onto men at the behest of women. Yep. See, for free, buddy. Said, okay, men are the protectors. You say things I was never taught, but the existence of guys like you is evidence that Manosphere content is needed. Okay, so that I can agree with to an extent. So I would say I would disagree with the Manosphere part. I would say the existence of guys like me is evidence that the red pill needs to exist. The Manosphere is the reason that those are two separate words is because there was a drifting from red pill was this, and then it was kind of getting bigger and bigger, and then it got to a place where there was other stuff in the Manosphere, including MGTOW and black pill, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I don't think that it is necessary to make this a lifestyle. That's my big thing. Again, I said at the beginning, like you're saying, I needed a lot of the good parts of the red pill, but I think I would have been much worse off if I'd stayed, in the Manosphere and watching Fresh and Fit and yeah, get those sluts. And I don't need that energy, Shout out to Still Can't Think About a Name. Welcome. Said also came from the Jim Bob debate. Welcome. Presupposition sucks and makes theism look lazy. It's fascinating that these people claim to be traditional and then appeal to modern philosophers like Aquinas. Yeah, I didn't catch that. That is a good one. Welcome to the party. Very glad to see ya. Oh my goodness. Hector with the big 5. Thank you so very, very much. Again, no disturb at all. More food. And that is right. Every $2 adds up to another push-up that I got to do at the end of the stream if we hit that goal. And we are getting close, guys. We are getting close. All right, let's I'm getting behind in here. All right, we'll grab a couple more and then we'll jump back in. Rage Page said the red pill represents enlightenment and the acceptance of harsh truths about reality, while the blue pill symbolizes comfort and blissful ignorance. Agreed. Liberty said, what is this argument about red pill not having guidance for being a good man? That's not even what it's attempting to do. It's like complaining your driving lessons aren't teaching you how to fly a plane. I don't agree with that. I do think that it is specifically meant to be a guide for men. Where are you getting that it's not? Dane said, if I keep super chatting, I'll have to stop drinking whiskey. Well, hey, brother, that is up to you. But little whiskey never hurt anybody. But you don't need it. You don't need it, right? No, do your thing, brother. Enjoy yourself. Why are women not making a Womenosphere? It's called the world. It's called the world. Yeah, okay, so let's go through some of this, and then I could drop the link later if you guys want to come up and chat about it. There you go. So let's get back into this. Did we get any newbies here? We got Vern in the building. Welcome. Said, is the red pill? I still don't exactly know what that means. a symptom of something else, perhaps feminism or something else. Yeah, I think so. Again, the red pill is essentially just awareness. In this context, it's awareness about dating aspects, women's nature, stuff like that. Is it a symptom of something else? Perhaps feminism? I would say yes. But it's just the lack of focus on men in society and the willingness to just shove men down. We also got Guam Tech. Welcome. Said liked and shared again. Oh, thank you so very much. Again, guys, that stuff helps so very, very much. It's free, it's easy, and it really does help. Dane says, I'm extremely committed, but not pious at all Christian. Some Christians essay children. Some pastors lay pipe like a plumber. Then there are crooks, Olstein and TD Jakes. Christ is still good. So again, I have no problems with Christ. I'm not a believer, but I have no problems with Christ, and I agree with that. And this is, I think, the crux of the debate is: I don't think anybody is disagreeing that there are good things within the red pill, even within the Manosphere, if you want to bring it all together. But when we do the calculus of all the bad versus all the good, is it better or is it worse for men? Oh, we got a bunch of newbies. Shout out to Dog in the building. We also got a Tin Man Win. Welcome. This is another 5 from Hector. Thank you. So let's see how many you're going today. Let's count 10 each. What? Glad the Overlord's Overwatch stays vigilant. Always, brother. Always. Thank you so much. I'm gonna have to do some math for a minute. I'm losing count, but I got you guys. We got Sense Partech. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. We also got LaDainian Tomlinson is great. Indeed. Said misandry is just as bad as misogyny. 100% agree. All right, let's dive back in here. I'm gonna do some math of all of your amazing donations, and let's do it.
He has a fever, and one person says, I'm gonna hit him in the head with a baseball bat. And another guy says, well, I'm just gonna give him Tylenol. Clearly one of them is the right path forward. Now let's talk about the red pill data packet not actually giving any prescriptions. It does have prescriptions. What happens a lot when you make statements is a lot of times there are hidden moral axioms within those statements. So he mentioned Rollo. I'm glad he did. I pulled a few different a list of things from Rollo's books, podcast, and etc. So let's take a look at one of the things it mentioned. He said it's very completely compatible with Christianity. One of the things it says is men evolve to pursue sexual variety. Martae, how does one pursue sexual variety in a Christian paradigm with a marriage with just one wife? I would love to hear his explanation on this. Going into the moral axioms, another thing that's listed is here, desire cannot...
Again, guys, the donations really do help. Very much appreciated.
Be negotiated. Women are aroused by behavioral cues, not logic alone. So the men must be the source of confidence. Hidden moral axiom here, confidence is good. Men should be confident. Another one, frame is core to the male success. Another hidden moral
interesting. So Dane is saying that the red pill is a subset of the... Okay, no, I agree with that. I read it differently. Yeah, the red pill is a subset of the Manosphere. All masculine theme content is Manosphere. Yeah, I think that's, I agree with that. And again, I think that what we see from red pill specifically is, for example, don't be hanging out with the guys who are, being lazy, not working out, not making money, stuff like that. Hang out with other people who are more successful like that. And that ties into the mentorship that you talked about. And I'm still a little, because I agree with all of this. I'm misunderstanding why you're bringing up the mentorship as if it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing that we are highlighting the fact that young men absolutely do need mentorship, and they shouldn't be getting it from TikTok or Twitter or the government. Shout out to More God's Hammer. Welcome to the party. So the red pill applies to everything. We're delusional. Everything where delusional thinking has become ubiquitous. Religion, government, women, etc. Claude said, Larry, feminism was a lie from the beginning. It is the problem. Manosphere is not the problem. I agree that the Manosphere is not the problem with men. Let's get that out of the way. That is nothing close to what I'm saying. The Manosphere is net good by a significant margin. Well, and again, that's what we're gonna get into. Behave said, is it true MGTOW pressure? Is it true MGTOW pressure for sex on the third or even first date? I would never. That's not love, it's casual sex. I mean, that depends on the person. I don't think it's necessarily a part of being MGTOW. You must do this. I'm interested in what you're saying, because MGTOW, just MGTOW, means men going their own way, typically meaning not going on dates and not having casual sex. Dane said, you misunderstood what I said about mentorship. We agree on that, but there's a lot of young men who don't have access to real-life qualified masculine men. Gotcha. So you're saying, we'll use myself as an example, who didn't learn these things as I was growing up, that there was no actual real-life man to give me those ideas, and so I used the Manosphere, and you're saying that has helped me, and so that is a good thing. I don't disagree with that. I just think that the benefit from the red pill was moving away from the Manosphere. It was being able to take that stuff and apply it to a more general worldview, instead of it just being about money and dating and sex and this and that. It's just more of a general thing that, is probably closer to what I would call stoicism. Not that I'm that stoic, but these ideas, and again, it sticks with you. Once you understand, female nature is X, Y, and Z, then what else do you need to know? I don't need to see it. I don't need to see it every single day. Once I've seen, and I mean, like, I would wake up and be so excited to watch the previous night's Kevin Samuels stream. Like, amazing. I learned so much from that man. And I think in the same way the political right is kind of falling apart without Charlie Kirk, I think the Manosphere fell apart without Kevin Samuels. Not good. Well, said men need to know the value of being a role model outside the money and women. Those will come as a result of being a strong man. They're not measurements of what a strong man is. Well said. We said, what the fuck is a Manosphere? Men who talk about men stuff? Why is that bad? Well, it's because of what they talk about it and how they talk about it. So let's dive right back in. Did I miss anything? Equality. So Behave was asking about the MGTOW guy. Equality said, MGTOW is not a monolithic group. Some are fine with dating, and some are pigs, some are gentlemen. So yeah, just like how maybe this is the worst example ever, but in the same way where I try very hard to show because there's no tenets of atheism, that being an atheist, you're not a monolith. There's a lot of them that fall into that bullshit because they don't have anything better in their life, but not having a God belief does not make you a leftist, hedonist, whatever. So fair enough. Morgoth said the Manosphere would most simply be defined as the online community of men discussing men's issues. This is a very good thing. Are there grifters and shitheads? Absolutely, but that's always the care. Oh, fair enough. We got Mr. Alleycat in the building. Welcome to the party. So congrats on the atheism debate with Jim Bob. You actually did very well and technically won. Well, that makes two of us. That thinks I won. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in.
Another one, frame is core to the male success. Another hidden moral axiom, maintaining frame is good, losing frame is bad. You can't make some of these claims without having a moral qualifier to it. So this is just ridiculous. With that being said, I'd love to hear how Martae addresses some of these, and I'm anxious to get into it, so I'll just concede the rest of my time.
All right.
Another 5-minute rebuttal.
That. And Martae, whenever you're ready, we're going to hand you back the mic for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Whenever you're ready, start it up, and I'll start the timer with your voice.
Okay, my opponent actually didn't hear me say he conceded the whole debate. I said he conceded some of the debate. That's literally what I just said right now. But we'll go back to this and I'll address this point. So you have a paradox that's presented here. It's called the male sex drive is dangerous versus God-given paradox. And I'll actually explain this to you. Red Pill says men are visually wired and have a powerful sex drive. Corn, OnlyFans, easy hookups, exploits that drive and ruin men.
Did I say I had a box? Shout out to Box. Welcome. What do you mean you're in the minority? What are we talking about here? You're the vertical poll? Yeah, guys, I'm just asking for likes. And 7 people, 7 likes. Thank you so much. Guys, we're down 2 likes, landscapers. The verts are beating you.
Corn, OnlyFans, easy hookups, exploits that drive and ruin men. I mean, we can all agree with that. Even Christian men will agree with that. The Christian critic right here says red pill spaces obsess over female nature and make men misogynistic to some degree, and it leads them down the wrong path, thus giving them prescriptions. Well, no, it's just reality.
That's the main thing. Is what if we're talking about harm, then we're not necessarily talking about the ideas. We're talking about the effect. Shout out to Erwin Curtis. Welcome. Said, is this C-SPAN? What does that mean? No, this is the Indian Jesus here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe button. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. You have seen me on SpeakeaZy. You have seen me on Grid 1. You will see me there again. And you know YouTube sucks with those notifications, so don't just subscribe. Ring that bell. Thank you so very much.
Some degree, and it leads them down the wrong path, thus giving them prescriptions. Well, no, it's just reality. The paradox that I'll present to you. The Bible repeatedly warns men that their sex drive is so strong that it could lead to death. This is from Proverbs. Also, and commands extreme measures through Matthew. So acknowledging the strength of male desire is not a red pill invention. It's coinciding with Genesis and other scriptures that we can bring in. So denying it or softening it is actually modern innovation if we deny any of this, which is what the red pill tells you not to do. So as you can see, not only have I addressed your argument, but can show that they can coincide cooperatively, right? So your whole argument is to say, okay, red pill bad because the doctor's in the middle, and then one patient says, okay, I'm going to do this with your information. Another person says, I'm going to do this with your information. Well, it would be the different patients not getting direction from the doctor. The doctor just gave them information and said, you have syphilis. You're just saying you have verbal syphilis.
Verbal syphilis. Syphilis. Shout out to Hector again. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's get Morty his treat, and we'll see what we got from Hector. Boom. Oh, God damn it. I dropped it. There you go. There we go. Morty, loving it. Thank you. So very, very much. My goodness. Is that the goal? I think we might have hit the goal there. I got to do some math. Let's see what Hector said first. Hector said, I'd count Warhammer to the Manosphere as a positive example. Warhammer is a dystopia, but humans, men, still stand up tall, even though there might be no hope after all. Also, my push-up math is 20, what? Yeah, well, I mean, in any math, I think 27 times 10 equals 270. But I don't. What is Warhammer? Is that a creator? Is that I'm not familiar. You got anything else? Yeah. Say more on this because I'm not exactly sure. But thank you. I'm gonna do some math. I think we may have hit the goal.
Said you have syphilis. You're just saying you have verbal syphilis. And every time you talk, you infect another person's mind with verbal syphilis. And here's the thing, though. If I tell you what the thing is, it doesn't make the person who gave you the data back. All it does is make them faulty at probably not solving the rhetoric, which also they never said that we're going to solve the problem by telling you what to do, which red pill doesn't get prescriptors on. If I talk to anybody else and I say, listen, man, your wife has been on backpages.com for a very long time. bro. It just wake up, listen to this. I know she says she changed her ways.
Shout out again to all of the donations. Guys, we are $5 away from that goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Warhammer is a video game. Okay, I'm not a gamer, so I'm not going to understand too well, but so you're saying in this game, it's a dystopia, but men still stand up tall, even though there might not be any hope. Sounds like a good message. Sounds like a good message, because whether there is actual hope of something or not, let's say we end up in a nuclear dystopia or something like that, then being able to find meaning in what you're doing is very important, and that is a big part of absurdism. That once you kind of get to the Nietzsche God is dead kind of thing, it can be depressing. But the other side of it is that if there's no meaning to life and I'm a good person, then I can just do the good things that I want to do, and whatever happens after that happens after that. Thank you again, Hector. Let's get to I don't want to miss Morgoth here said it's an interesting question. If Christian tards believe God created man to be monogamous, why the fuck did he give us an insane sex drive and the desire for a cornucopia of tits and ass? It's a good question. It's a good question. Gonzak said, in my opinion, Manosphere is the understanding of what should be done to get the most out of being a man. The red pill is all that with the wisdom to know how it all fits and how to implement it maturely. Fair enough. Again, I think an easier way, because Martae's been using the term where am I? The term data packet. So I can see that the red pill is the data packet. Here is the information. The Manosphere is made up of people disseminating their interpretation of that information. That's the way I see it. Oh yeah, you guys are gonna that's up. Hey, whoa. We gonna let Morty hate go on? Oh my goodness. How dare you? How dare you? That is the Overlord. Nerds. Shout out to the captain of the Moral Felon crew. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Said Warhammer is for gay guys that just like to feel like men. Got him. We also got DJ Isolated. Welcome. Said Red Pill is a psyche band-aid for men in an untainable modern world. It has and will be used to exploit division among the useless eaters, but it at least offers some dignity for modern men. Fair enough. And again, I don't think that my issue we're separating the red pill and the Manosphere, and my issues are with the Manosphere, not necessarily the red pill.
Very long time, bro. It just wake up, listen to this. I know she says she changed her ways.
Well, I mean, how do I not stop the show for that? Shout out to Lisa. Dilly to you. Thank you so very, very much. Is that your hamster? Very cute. A vertical line? A line that goes vertically? What? Is that something he just said?
Say, listen, man, your wife has been on backpages.com for a very long time, bro. It just wake up, listen to this. I know she says she changed her ways, but listen, she went through, actually, she broke the Guinness Book of World Record, and it's been 500 bodies. And this was just like 2 years ago. So it's like, if I tell somebody this and I say this was recent, hey, just be careful, bro, because this is a pattern and we're pattern recognition machines. And if I warn you about this, how am I bad? Because this is just data that I'm giving you. I'm not telling you what to do with this information, which is a data packet.
Right. So there we have the difference. Martae is saying the red pill is the data packet. I'm not telling you what to do with it. I'm just telling you this is what it is. But the Manosphere does do that. You should go on, you should sleep with 50 women before you get married. You should do this. You should do that. You should do that. Those are prescriptions. Leopard said, I hate how people use these words, but not specific people's arguments and stats. What are we even talking about? Well, we're just opening it up. We're just opening it up. Adam said, Manosphere only tells men to men, but does not explain the responsibility of being a man.
Bingo.
Yeah, it tells men to be men, but doesn't explain the responsibility. I agree. Yeah. Let's see if Mo can make that argument.
That I'm giving you. I'm not telling you what to do with this information, which is a data packet. I'm just telling you, hey, this is a pattern that I see. You can do whatever you want with this. You can take this. Matter of fact, if I was a Christian that was told this, now I can have what? More discernment.
So Dane, are you somebody who is like I know you guys have been talking to each other. I apologize if you already went over this, but are you somebody who is in this world? Would you say, or like, are there red pill creators or authors or whatever that you like, and some that you don't like? What's your familiarity personally with this type the type of content that we're talking about? Is it a guinea pig? Equality and deference said Lisa looks like a guinea pig. I don't think that's what Lisa looks like, but does look like a guinea pig. Morgoth said, it's like saying smoking is bad for your lungs. That's not the same thing as saying no smoking for you.
Bingo.
No smoke for you. Exactly. Bingo. Bingo. Bingo.
This matter of fact, if I was a Christian that was told this, now I can have what? More discernment when I make these decisions. All of this is just a social paradigm for us to get data, information. And I think that when I give you information, which is like the fire example I gave you, you can either decide to cook for this, which you can cook poisonous meals for your family, and then say cooking is bad, which I can elaborate that cooking can also be good. Or you can say, I'm going to burn down a village, which can be good because this is the enemy that's going to grape and, off our children. And it's like, I just saved everybody's life because I just burned down a whole village. So here's the thing though. What people do with the information isn't a prescription that the red pill offers. All it is just a data packet. What people do with this is their own devices. That's why it complements Christianity well. If you have a patriarchal structure, which the red pill also advises men to go to, that's
right.
Great.
And I think that's the key here is the separating that. Okay, maybe the red pill in and of itself, maybe the red pill information data packet. There's nothing bad with that. But you bring in the Manosphere, and all hell breaks loose. So yeah, I was asking Dane about his connection to the Manosphere, and Angry asked, "You have different?" Sorry, I thought that was relevant. He said, "I'm 54 years old. I was raised by a single mother most of my childhood. Married at 19. Been married at 34 years. Nice. Masculine themed content years ago wasn't engaging." Found a Godfather. R.I.P. R.I.P. to Kevin Samuels. We got a little more coming. All right. OG Manosphere. Okay. She said, found the Godfather. R.I.P. I had to grow into manhood in the 90s and early 2000s because if I didn't have a dad to teach me, I see Manosphere and think, if only I would had this in the 90s. Fair enough. I definitely don't have... I definitely am not going to say those of us, myself included, who didn't have this information, didn't get this data packet, as Martae calls it, then I definitely would be worse off. No question. R.I.P. The Godfather. Well, I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I am willing to say that if you're going to come into my chat and say that you're not even making again big get, damn it, I was that close. Welcome. What's the gay part?
Patriarchal structure, which the red pill also advises men to go to. That's great. Because if I was to tell somebody, hey, this is the information, use Christianity to follow through with the prescription, how am I bad? Can you answer that? I can see my time.
Sun Tzu is red pill. That's I didn't see that in The Art of War, but yeah, I think that is a good explanation there. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Hector. Again. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Let's get Morty his treat here. And for the verticals, get a look at that. Oh, he's loving it. Hector said, let's keep the Warhammer thing going. In Warhammer, God, the Emperor or creator of the Imperium, is dead. And he became God through the belief after his death. Interesting. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. Look at, well, wait, okay, well. The, still can't think about a name. Very, very, very much appreciated for the 50, what is that, rubles? I don't know what it is, but thank you so very, very much. And of course, again, I forgot to, I got to toss it so y'all can see it. There you go. Thank you. So very, very much. So the red pill is analogous to feminism. No one can agree on what it is, but you're expected to understand the real definition, which seems unobjectable. Once you're on their team, then you're introduced to their real depraved ideas. I agree. Welcome, and thank you so very, very much. Of course, that means I don't know exactly the how much that is, but we did hit the goal, and of course that means Morty gets his special treat. And now for the rest of the stream, guys, any donation 99 cents or up will get Morty a refill. Oh, look at the goodness. Oh, look at it. I'm gonna pull this down while we watch Morty enjoy, but we'll get that right back up there. Thank you. So very, very much. All right. All right, let me, we'll dive back in. Give me a second.
Bad. Can you answer that? I can see my time.
All righty. Thank you for that rebuttal, Martae. And with that, we are going to move it over into the hour of open floor for the debaters to cross-examine each other. But just real quick, another quick reminder for the chat. Again, if you got a question, we got the live Q&A. You should see it in the chat there. Just click on the...
Give me 1 second. Let me turn it. So that was another 10. Okay, so we were at 62. $62, guys. That is the goal. Thank you so very, very much. And of course, that means push-ups coming at the end of the stream, and Morty is having a blast. Thank you so very, very much. Brazilian currency. Okay, thank you. Hey, it's worth enough. Very much appreciated.
Again, if you got a question, we got the live Q&A. You should see it in the chat there. Just click on the Q&A, send a question in there. But if you want to make sure it's prioritized, because we only have a 30-minute window after the debate for Q&A, send it via Super Chat, CashApp, PayPal, and also it helps us keep bringing you these debates, okay? We also have more debates coming up, and if you are interested in debating, make sure you get into the Discord, all right? And then send me a message and just let me know that you're interested in debating, and I will set you up. We will get you lined up for one. And yeah, so with that, thank you both for being here tonight. Again, yeah, you will find I actually still have to add both of them to the description, so you will find both of them in the description. I'm going to do that right now when I open up the floor for the hour.
There we go. Thank you so very, very much again, guys. We are at 9 super chats and 55 out of 50. That means the goal is hit and push-ups are coming. Let's get this back up here. And thank you again so very, very much. I know, guys, that I know that you guys work hard for your money, and the fact that you're willing to share that and show me that you think that I'm worth this, whether it's 50 American dollars or 50 rubles or anything else. I know you worked hard for that. So thank you so much, each and every one of you. And a big shout out to the members as well.
Gonna do that right. Make sure you go. up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
Martae, you mentioned that you don't include the MGTOW and Black Pill part of the Red Pill. Is that correct?
No, I don't include that as part of the Red Pill.
And again, maybe not part of the Red Pill, but definitely part of the Manosphere.
Yeah, okay, but you would admit it's downstream of the Red Pill, wouldn't you?
Cultures, when you talk about culture, it's downstream from theology. That's like saying you would admit that Jehovah's Witnesses are downstream from Christians, but that's not Christian, right?
I can see that, sure, but that goes to my point that it did have a beginning. It came from somewhere. So would you say MGTOW and Black Pill? You would just outright say those are bad. Those
these are bad, but your argument, it basically boils down to you demonizing Christianity because it created sex.
I'm not demonizing.
Yeah, maybe you could say that or anything else.
Not demonizing Christianity whatsoever.
I'm glad you don't, man.
Because no, actually, so it being downstream of that though, yeah, it's talking about the MGTOW, it's like
Still Can't Think said the problem is the insistence that the Red Pill is compatible with Christianity when influencers of this movement are often against marriage and pro-casual sex.
Bingo.
Exactly. Those are conflicting ideas, and they're very central to Christianity. And again, I'm not a Christian, but Moe clearly is, and I think the stronger argument that I wouldn't, well, we'll get into that. But the stronger argument is that all of those things that you can learn from the Red Pill can be learned through, Christianity or any of these other things. He even said that your youth pastor was supposed to teach it to you.
It's like men are supposed to be kind of the warriors of society. In modernity, it's more of like cultural warriors. But these guys, they never take up the fight. They quit before they even try. I don't call that a warrior. I call that a glorified street urchin. So I'm glad we're on the same page as far as MGTOW goes. But that is part of MGTOW, and Red Pill is part of the Manosphere.
Yeah, I completely agree with the analog that they're not the same exact thing. But feminism is the woman version, and Manosphere is the man version. Again, I'm specifically saying Manosphere and not Red Pill.
So, it is downstream of the
Jehovah's Witnesses are downstream from Christians, and then LDS is downstream from Christians. So it's like now you're still reconciled. You have to reconcile that, where it's like if a thing is good. And we could say it's a matter of fact, we could say a thing is good, right? Let's just say that the Red Pill is good, like Christianity is good. You would then say that Jim Jones and his offshoot in the Jonestown, thing that happened with drinking the Kool-Aid literally would say, well, that was caused by Christianity because it was an offshoot. Well, we can't.
Well, no, the opposite.
Then, can we?
The opposite.
Yeah, that's and so I still think we're trying to keep our ideas straight, and so we're separating what we're calling the Red Pill and what we're calling the Manosphere. And so here, for the purposes of this discussion, I agree that they're bad, but a lot of people in the chat would say they are not red pillars. They are just part of the Manosphere. Do I have agreement from the pro Manosphere people? Section said Andrew Tate is PUA and Pearl is Black Pill. Fair, but definitely still Manosphere. I misinterpreted the rules. Speaking of South Park, get your very own South Park version of me and Morty only at TheIndianJesus.com. Shout out to Vinny. Welcome to the party. Said male feminism is the whole leftist movement. All weak simps come from the left. Yup. I don't know what Morgoth said. Dilly dilly to section. I don't know about what or what you said, but dilly dilly to you. Behave is just here for the show. Just here for the show. DJ said, I still think even those two clowns have separated themselves from Red Pill so they can fine-tune their own grifts. Agreed. So that's, again, we're talking about the Red Pill being the information and the Manosphere being the people who disseminate their interpretation of that information.
that was caused by Christianity because it was an offshoot. Well, we can't.
Well, no, the opposite.
Then, can we?
The opposite is true. You would have to admit Jehovah's Witnesses and Jim Jones is good.
No, I would never admit that that's good.
Well,
because
based on your own logic,
people,
you would have to, because you're saying just because, it's downstream, then you're saying that it's not good, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So if you take something like fire, and you wouldn't inherently say fire is good or bad, right?
Of course.
Right. So
this isn't a terrible line of argumentation that Mo is saying. Well, even if black pill is not specifically red pill, if it's downstream, it's the same type of thing. And again, Manosphere is part of it. So if it is in the Manosphere, then we can, then Martae is trying to say, well, okay, but then if we're just saying Christianity, you take the Jehovah's Witness, LDS, and all the Mormons, all that stuff, you wouldn't necessarily say that Christianity is bad because there are some people who don't do it right. And so this is, again, where it's very important that we're separating the red pill as the red pill is the information, and the Manosphere is the content itself.
People who take this information, who take the fire, the thing that is neither good nor bad, they do with it what they will. You will recognize that there will be grifters in the church, grifters in the streets, grifters saying, you know what, I'm here to save you, lady, and take you off the street. The billionaire red pill guy that says, hey, I'm red pill Mo. I'm going to take her off the streets and save her. I don't want to marry her or do any of this other stuff. I'm just going to prescriptively take this person under my lens and say, you know what, I'm going to give her this lifestyle with the free agent lifestyle and everything else. Well, to me, that's not red pill, because this guy's actually taking the information and doing something else with it. Now, if he saw the information right then when he just observed the information, took in the information, that's red pill. But what he decides to do with it can be anything else. Just like I take Christianity and I say, you know what? The angel Moroni came to me and just built this whole new Bible. This is new, and there's a new prophet now and everything like that. Oh, hold on. Then we would...
Yeah, it definitely was an interesting back and forth. I don't think anybody destroyed anybody else here. I think it was an interesting conversation. I do personally fall more on Mo's side, but it's not like, oh my God, he got wrecked.
Say he's bad, but we would never say that Christianity is bad because he himself decided what to do with this data packet of Christianity, right?
So
okay,
was the
hold
red
on,
pill
hold on. Let's slow down. So the term the red pill comes from the Matrix, where he's like, you can take the blue pill and go back to sleep, or you can take the red pill. The meaning behind that being you can choose to be blue-pilled and just go along thinking women are sugar and spice and everything nice, and you don't need to do anything to get anywhere in life, and things will just fall into your lap because you're such a good person and you're nice. When we're talking about being red-pilled, full stop, it just means being aware of, being awoken to the realities. And so understanding, oh, okay, women aren't just sugar and spice and everything nice. There's a little bit more to it. Oh, just because I'm a nice guy isn't going to get me X, Y, and Z. Those are the informational things that Martae is appealing to. And Mo is saying, okay, yeah, I agree that those are good things. What I'm saying is the Manosphere takes the red pill and scrambles it up. And because of the fact that they scramble, even if the red pill, even if the red pill is good, the scrambling then leads to the harm. That is Mo's argument. You said black pill deserves the most pushback, but is mutated and hopped over to a generally more modern day doomer variety of annihilism. Yeah, I don't know how those people how do you even live like that? I even live like that. I mean, I don't actually think that you should, but why would you even want to be here anymore?
Decided what to do with this data packet of Christianity, right?
So was the red pill divinely inspired by God?
No, I would never. Well, here's the thing, though.
So that's a tough one. That's a tough one, because even if Martae's trying to say, well, the red pill is correct and applicable and da-da-da-da-da, then the fact that's what breaks the analogy with Christianity, is that, okay, you can say that Christ's words are good. But then if we go down to, let's take the Jehovah's Witness, and they're wrong, then it's not the same thing as saying, well, it came from Christianity, because from their perspective, the Christianity is absolute and real, not up for debate.
By God.
Eat a packet of Christianity, right?
So was the red pill divinely inspired by God?
No, I would never. Well, here's the thing, though. I'll even tell you this. So you're
So how can we
here.
compare the two? How can we even compare the two in the same, like use them
Mo,
logically?
I'll even tell you
You
this.
can't, bro. You can't.
Christianity itself is a giant red pill about human depravity, death, judgment, and hell. Yet no
Okay, so does that what he just said? Christianity is one big
itself
here, listen again.
is a giant red pill about human depravity, death, judgment, and hell. Yet no
So does that give us a better understanding of how we're using the term more generally, the term red pill more generally, and then how we're applying that more general term to the manosphere and the specific red pilling about women, just male nature, all that kind of stuff. Make it a sense?
itself is a giant red pill about human depravity, death, judgment, and hell. Yet no Christian says don't tell young men about sin and wrath. It'll make them more depressed. Can you
We're talking about the red pill right now, though. We're not talking about
no, you actually talked about Christianity. You said, how is this not something that's
you brought up Christian.
Right?
Yep. Yeah. Shooting themselves in the foot and misrepresenting your ideas. It's because it's so much more popular to be openly Christian right now, as opposed to, let's just say, 10 years ago. You're going to get a lot of people who have dipped their toes in, and they feel like because they're part of the club that they have the justification to represent it, and don't do it so well.
Well, yeah, I brought that up, but you originally brought up Christianity to make the comparison. I'm just saying that one is divinely inspired, right. So it's kind of a false equivalence. Can't really compare the two.
But hold on. Christianity itself is a giant red pill. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't necessarily classify as that, because that's giving the red pill way too much credit.
Hold on. It's not. It's a label. It's not like a whole like direction or a movement. It's just information. It's just a label saying.
Oh wait, sorry, I missed this one. Okay, so section saying, let me do what Still Can't did to Red Pill, but with atheism. All the batshit non-believers do is part of atheism, as well as Satanists. Now we're going to pin it all on being atheist. So yeah, I think I still can't. So the problem with that analogy is atheism is clearly defined. The red pill is not. Let me go back to, so, because Satanism is definitely downstream from atheism, but Satanism is not anything to do with me as an atheist. And so, still can't. Perhaps what Templars is trying to say is that the things you're appealing to, like you're talking past each other. And I don't think you guys disagree that much. I think we're just using the different words. And so when I don't know what to call you. When Still Can't said atheism is clearly defined, the red pill is not. I don't even know if I would agree with that. Most of the debate that I had with Jim Bob was about which definition of atheism are we going to use. The fact that because atheism is atheism without theism, but he wanted to push me into this corner where it is a positive claim. So I think it is probably a good analogy. Yeah, someone said it is clearly defined. You just don't like the definition and want to twist it and add shit. Yeah, right. Well, it is clearly defined. It's just other people don't like the definition. Same thing. All right, let's dive back in.
Direction or a movement. It's just information. It's just a label saying the red pill. And I'll tell you what this is. The Matrix came out, and like, let's say Neo had his eyes open, and he's never had his eye open to the truth before. What I'm saying, though, when I say that the Christianity is a giant red pill, is it a giant eye-opening event for men out here?
Sure, but we're not talking about Christianity. We're talking about the red pill.
Right, but this is what I'm talking about. So when I say red pilling, I would tell you, okay, Mo got red pilled, or let's say somebody else. I'll even use the moderator, just cudgel him like I did the last time. So SpeakeaZy got red pilled throughout his divorce that happened through some imaginary person that never existed, because I have to pay respects to Miss SpeakeaZy, by the way, too. This is all imaginary, by the way. And this happened.
I am closer to what you're saying than in terms of it not being clearly defined. I think atheism is much more clearly defined than red pill, but that is, I think, the same problem that we're having, where you and I understand that atheism is just a lack of theism. We have people who, atheists and Christians, who still think that atheism is the positive belief. So yeah, I think it's fair to be like, okay, maybe it's not as well defined, or sorry, maybe it is well defined, but that doesn't mean that it is good. There seems to be a tinge here of like, well, it's nebulous, and that's part of the badness. The nebulousness of the Manosphere may not necessarily come from, again, that data packet of the red pill. It sounds more like it comes from the interpretation from the Manosphere creators.
Respects to Miss SpeakeaZy, by the way, too. This is all imaginary, by the way. And this happened, right? He got red pilled. You probably say this. Would a Christian be bad for saying this? What would you take from that information? If I told you that, how would you interpret that?
Yeah, I'm the only one who's right.
Well, you're using red pill terminology in a different context. So
that's the context I'm using. That's the context that red pill is used. Is it not?
No, that's not the context.
So now that's where they're getting into. There's all this discussion about, okay, what is red pill? What is not red pill? Well, that's not red pill. This doesn't count. Now they're going to start getting more into it.
When I crack open a red pill book, am I gonna learn about intersexual dynamics in relationships, or am I gonna learn about random factoids about bugs or something? I'm gonna learn about the intersexual relationship with dynamics with men and women. Am I not?
Yes, you're gonna learn about this, and that's just data. Now, what you talked about is like, these are the dynamics. Do you think that everything, when it comes to these dynamics and how female nature works, which actually scripture speaks about, and all this other stuff, Samson, Delilah, Eve, these actions just led to the downfall of men. So it's like, when the red pill talks about female nature, how would this be not divinely inspired or even an offshoot of the information?
So here's the thing. So I still can't think about a name. So the red pill definitely does not have one definition. That's absurd. I could pull up a Wikipedia right now, and they probably have a different definition from you. And Liberty laughs, but the point here is that we're trying to have that definition. And so even if there is one clear definition, if that gets, like I said, if that gets mixed up, and now people are using that word in different ways, language is how it is organically used. We have the semantic obfuscation of people purposely trying to twist the words and their meanings and to win arguments and push agendas and stuff. That is not organic. But the fact that words do change how they're used over time, that is what language is. The language is just taking the ideas that are in my head and putting them into your head with sounds from my mouth. So if I get the ideas that are in my head into your head with sounds from my mouth, that is the language that that is the language that we're using. I want to say believe in imaginary things. Want to debate me, bro? Not really, because that's kind of a stupid thing. But whatevs. If you admit they're wrong, that means that what they say about it is also wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's helpful for anybody to hang on to. No, this one's more well defined, and that's not as well defined. I think both are ill defined. One may be better defined, but they're both kind of out there. And the fact of the matter is that, again, whether it's atheism or red pill or Christian or any of these other things, people have different definitions. And the way that people use language is what the language is. Vern said, I've been meaning to ask, did thinking about your debate with Jim Bob get you curious about going to an Orthodox liturgy? I mean, not particularly. I said I would go, and I will, with an open mind, all that stuff. but it's like I said, that's the millionth time I've had the conversation with somebody. No, I have the right answer. Just do it my way, and it'll just be like magic. It's like, okay, I'm open to it, maybe, but every single time somebody has said that before, they've been wrong. So I can only, that's just logic. If something happens a million times, it's only logical to think that it's probably, not definitely, but probably going to happen again. Morgoth's Hammer said, including magic into the conversation is a great cheat code for Christians. Yep. Isn't it? Yeah, sure? Yeah, sure, you're sure?
Would this be not divinely inspired or even an offshoot of the information?
Are you asking me if I... Wait, clarify your question. You're asking me if it's divinely inspired?
For you. So if I was to say, I'm going to red pill Moe about Samson and Delilah and say, you need to watch out, because if a woman tells you what she is the first time, you better believe her. Because if she says, hey, can you tell me the secrets to losing your power, Moe, in debate? Because I don't know, you just keep destroying these people left and right in debates. Tell me what your power is, and you keep denying this person. And I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to misguide you and all this other stuff. But then you finally, in a drunken stupor, tell us when your power, and then Moe turns into First Amender's brother in the next debate and gets destroyed. It's like you're gonna be
poor First Amender. Poor First Amender. You just said language is devolving. Communication is regressing. Well, it depends on what you mean by language. The last part is always what it was. It's just that we had shared culture. And so when somebody said a word, then it would apply to a thing that we're all looking at. Now, because society is so fractured, that's why we have these things. Well, it depends on what you mean by language. The Jordan Peterson-ness of it all. Well, it depends on what you mean by do, and do you, and believe, and God. You're right, but that doesn't mean it's not language. That's language.
Turns into First Amender's brother in the next debate and gets destroyed. It's like you're going to be like, okay, well, Martae was trying to red pill me and make me aware of this situation, but do you understand that this is just complementary to the Christian when we talk about the lens that we look through the world? And that's what I'm saying.
I don't think it is.
So let me make this more concise, even more. When I talk about red pilling, I'm just talking about awareness of data. Awareness of information. That's it. And the Bible's done this. Christians, we do this to each other. You've even told me I'm going to red pill you on like the microphone and tell you how to get your audio system better. And I was like, oh shit, he red pilled me on this. I need to learn because I'm a bumbling idiot when it comes to tech. So
okay.
Whoa, hey, let's not straw man here. Let me just say, I thought only rabid feminists thought men talking about men stuff was bad. That is not at all what this conversation is about. We are talking specifically about the Manosphere. We are talking specifically about people like Myron Gaines. You think that Myron Gaines is a net benefit for young men? I mean, come on. You know that's not what's being discussed here.
On this, I need to learn because I'm a bumbling idiot when it comes to tech. So.
Okay, but you're making up these scenarios to try to like justify something that I'm not even arguing against, right? So let's take it back to the red pill and what it actually states. In one of my rebuttals, I was talking about hidden moral axioms inside statements. So one of the things, and this is straight from Rollo's his blogs and his books and podcasts, you say it doesn't have.
So interesting. Myron Gaines has also benefited me by giving me the data packet of the red pill ideology, or the red pill information, we'll say. But the way that he operates, the way that he moves, I don't want to be like that. And so when you look up to these people and you say, okay, well, you've given me good information, so now I want to be like you, that is not good. I don't think anybody would say that the world would be better if every man acted like Myron Gaines.
Doesn't have oughts. Doesn't have these should statements. But one is, desire cannot be negotiated. Women are aroused by behavioral cues. Men must be the source of confidence. The hidden moral axiom there is confidence is good. men should be confident. So I'm not convinced that, sure, you can say some of these are just descriptors in themselves, but not all of them. And quite a few of them do have hidden moral axioms. How do you account for that?
So here's the thing, though. So
this is it. This is it. The Martae wants to again stick with just the red pill and not the Manosphere, and say that, okay, well, if you take the just the red pill, there's no prescriptions there. But there are shoulds, there are oughts in just basic red pill stuff. Morgan's Hammer said Myron has definitely helped lots of young men understand women better. That is obviously good. His character as a role model is clearly more questionable. Bingo. That is the discussion. That is precisely what we're talking about. So it's not, are some of the things that Myron Gaines says true? That's not up for question. Of course they are. The question is he, being the one to disseminate information about the red pill in the way that he does, better or worse for men?
In moral axioms, how do you account for that?
So here's the thing, though. So even if I was to just interlace these two things, they're complementary, and I can show you how. So we're talking about our Christian, our belief system that we have. It's full of warnings about adulterous women's, and people nagging. I'd rather be in the desert than probably the roof of a quarreling wife. You would then say, well, hold on, this guy's speaking red pill to me. And it's like, it's full of warnings. And all this is, if observing, Mo, female fallenness, it is inherently harmful. Then the Holy Spirit who inspired scripture harmed every man who ever read it. So to me, this doesn't really make sense, because it's like, if I was to tell you that female nature is bad, I'm probably telling you an ought, according to you, by your statement. Because if I'm telling you, what you allow is what will continue with women, and you don't leave
bad
properly,
would be a moral qualifier.
Well, guys, remember, just drop the link to the Discord, and after the stream, we do have a members-only after party in the voice channel. However, if you click that link before the stream is over, you get a day pass, and you can come and say whatever you want to me or anybody else. We don't have to worry about any YouTube rules or anything, and it gets a little fiery. So come on through. If you're on the horizontal stream, the link is pinned. But either way, I just put it in the chat.
What you allow is what will continue with women, and you don't leave
bad
properly,
would be a moral qualifier, moral value judgment. So yeah, you're sneaking in a moral value judgment in your statement. Yeah, that would be.
Mm-hmm.
But all this is, do you understand that this is data?
So you're just not going to address that. He made the claim that you're saying a thing, and that has an axiom in it, or that has a should or an ought. It's telling you to do something. Do you agree? It's like, well, but it's all data. What? That wasn't the question.
But all this is, do you understand that this is data? If we understand what female nature is, I'm not telling you what
you can say it's
do.
Data, but you still haven't contended with what I gave you.
I am contending with this, because you
went on a bit.
No, Liberty. It does not mean copy the exact positions of Myron Gaines. But what do you think happens when a bunch of 12-year-olds see his exact positions? They follow his positions exactly. Hence, the harm being done. Not the information being bad. The harm being done.
Of a TED Talk there. I'm not looking for a TED Talk. I'm looking for a spot.
All right, we are only 10 minutes into the debate, so and you guys are being amazing with the chat. I'm not used to keeping up with this much, so I'm going to try to keep it focused on the video a little bit more. Otherwise, we're just not going to get there.
Fine. So can you please answer the question?
You got a spine.
Ooh, that was a good one.
I'm not looking for a TED Talk. I'm looking for a spine. So can you please answer the question?
You got a spine. So I'll even answer it again. I don't want to repeat myself again, so I'll kind of reframe it a little bit for your...
Not unless you ask. It is a free speech platform. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't fuck around and find out. If I have to ban people, I will. But there is not one word, there is not one phrase that if you say it in this Discord server that you will be banned. And Dane just joined, and now he's got the day pass. So when we're done, we are going to be able to hang out and chat. Come on through.
I'll even answer it again. I don't want to repeat myself again, so I'll kind of reframe it a little bit for your appetite in debate. So we're going to go ahead and go this route. So, okay. All right. The red pill will tell you that we are pattern recognition machines. And would you agree with this? You probably say, yes, we are. Christianity would say we are pattern recognition machines.
My friend Martae, no.
Same thing,
you
man.
can't
Same
crawl
thing.
away from this.
Data,
You have to come back.
You're setting yourself
You may
up.
not like the tune, but you have to dance, my friend.
You never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
I'm dancing right now.
So
I'm actually doing the two-step right now. Bro.
So going back to it, can you answer how men should be confident doesn't have a hidden moral axiom in it? Can you please answer that question?
So if I'm confident,
No, he's not going to answer the question because any should is a prescription. You're saying you should do this, and that means that you're saying this is better than other things, which is exactly the claim that Martae is saying does not happen.
A minute. Can you please answer that question?
So if I'm confident, there could be confidence in good stuff or bad stuff. If we're talking about
those are moral claims.
Confident.
Those are all statements.
Hold on. It's a very slippery slope that we're going down. So I can be confident in doing sin and I can be confident in doing good, right? That's neither good or bad. I don't think confidence.
I don't know if that's supposed to be good or bad, but I can tell you that that is the wrong number.
It's either good or bad. I think it's a means to an end.
That's not what I'm asking.
Your
claim is that it's only a data set. And I'm saying that in these data set statements, there are moral axioms and should statements hidden in there.
Mm-hmm.
Men must be the source of confidence. What does that mean to you?
It means that being the source of confidence is what you should do. That has a benefit, a value to it. That is better than what's the
It must be the source of confidence.
So being the source of confidence is better than not being the source of confidence. That is a prescription.
What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's
still hit up that Discord. It's a good time.
I think that, okay, so I'll even concede that part, right? Which actually supports Christianity. Men should be confident as headship, right? Christianity supports headship. It supports a patriarchal structure. And I think confidence builds all that. So I think to some degree, you are definitely right about that. But I don't think that really...
Here. So this is the point. This is the point. Is that you saying source of confidence only means displaying yourself as confident. Somebody else might say that being the source of confidence means you need to do X, Y, and Z. And so you are now taking the data packet and you are putting your interpretation on it. So maybe somebody should listen to that. Maybe somebody shouldn't. But the point that Moe is making is that there is a should, and Martae said there's not. Obviously, the point is not that we shouldn't be confident. The point is that we have to understand that there are prescriptions in the Manosphere. And then when we establish that, then we can judge those prescriptions.
So I think to some degree, you are definitely right about that. But I don't think that really counters anything that I have as far as the red pill being bad.
Again, I agree men should be confident, but it is definitely a prescription.
No, I didn't say it wasn't a claim. It wasn't a claim that it's inherently bad. It's just going against the claim that it's only descriptor statements when they have moral axioms snuck into these statements. You do understand. You do understand if I tell you.
There you go. You now have the full privileges. Excited to see you in the after party.
That confidence is good. I'm not telling you that you should be confident. I'm just saying that it's good. Now, I can also make the other referendum and say confidence is bad, right? You shouldn't be confidently scrolling.
Well, the statement is men should be the source of confidence straight from Rollo. So this content.
So if he's formulating this, he can also make the opposite argument and saying you shouldn't confidently walk into a marriage being ignorant. So I think that this can also be done.
Right. Yes. Real men being confident or a real man is confident is a descriptor. One must do something is telling somebody what to do. The must part. The must part. Is it still an ought claim if there's an if qualifier? Yeah, right? Give me an example. You should do this if you want money. That's still an ought claim. You ought do this if you want money. Dane said, Moe's weakness here is that he's debating as if Martae ascribes to some similar ethical, religious, or moral positions as he does. Yep, that is, that's why it's definitely interesting for me because, again, while I agree with Moe's position, I definitely come from a different perspective. Very interesting.
Walk into a marriage being ignorant. So I think that this can also be done.
He just read it. What do you mean? Are you listening?
Formulating
straight from Rollo. So
you shouldn't be confidently strolling.
Well, the statement is men should be the source of confidence, straight from Rollo. So
men should be the source of confidence, and the other one was must. So that's two different. That's two different ought claims.
This content.
So if he's formulating this, he can also make the opposite argument and saying you shouldn't confidently walk into a marriage being ignorant. So I think that this can also be done.
I don't think that was the context of the statement. I think that's reaching the good bit.
It's not. The knife's cutting both ways, Mo. It really does.
It really isn't. I'm just my only point in this was that your claim was okay. You just have a data set, but I've proven that even if I drill down to these data sets, there are hidden moral axioms inside some of them.
That's actually not a hidden moral axiom, and I can explain why it's not. So if I tell you confidence, which is neither inherently good or bad, you decide what you want to do with this, right? You can confidently stroll into a bank, like I said in my example, and off everybody else and take the money, or you can confidently be the patriarchal structure of their family and be a great husband as our moderator here, doing that by example. So I would think that confidence, it just depends on what you do with this, which I'm not telling you how to be confident or what to be confident in. It's just saying that confidence is good in this arena.
When it comes to the data set of the intersexual dynamics that the red pill covers, do you think Rollo was talking about robbing banks or dating women?
So if he's saying that if you're dating women, confidence is good.
Hold on, I missed that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me back that up real quick.
When it comes to the data set of the intersexual dynamics that the red pill covers, do you think Rollo was talking about robbing banks or dating women?
So if he's saying that if you're dating women, confidence is good, people can listen to this information and say, okay, I should be confident, right? That's the person taking their own action of what to do with said confidence. They can say, you know what? He said confidence is good walking into a relationship. I'm going to refuse and say, nah, it's not good because I've used confidence robbing a bank before and it ended up bad for me. It's like saying I've had fire introduced to me before and I burnt myself and that's why I have 3rd-degree scars. I'm not going to take this. So it's at the behest of people what to do with this data once again.
So what about this other one? Men must pursue purpose first.
Okay, so men should be the center of, or men should be, just simplify it. Men should be confident and men must put purpose first. Those are ought claims.
Mission first, women second. Hidden moral axiom there would be having a mission is morally superior. Prioritizing women over a mission is wrong. This is literally a moral hierarchy of values. How is that not the case?
There are moral axioms in this.
Okay, great. So now that we've established that, let's talk about those moral axioms and see if they are in fact harmful to men or not.
Placed into this. I would even concede that, like I did the first time, actually, a little bit if you're listening. So here's the thing, though. If we are saying that all of this stems from something good and can be good, right? To me, my whole argument isn't saying that the red pill is bad. That's my argument. And if
I don't, well, hold on. You're throwing the word moral in there. No, I didn't say moral. We're talking about prescriptive claims. Not every prescriptive claim is a moral ought, but it is a prescriptive thing. This is what you should do. That's all that means. If we're talking about morality, well, then that is a lot more. That's a little different. But if we're just talking about telling someone that they should do something, that's the only thing we're establishing. Not that you need to do something because it's morally good. Just you should do something. If you want all the money in the bank, then you should steal all the money in the bank. Right, wrong, or indifferent, that is still a prescriptive statement. Telling somebody what they should do, what they ought do. That doesn't make it a moral statement in any stretch of the word, but not all prescriptions are moral prescriptions.
To me, my whole argument isn't saying that the red pill is bad. That's my argument. And if we read the prompt, more harm than good, right? So it actually supports my whole argument of saying, oh,
you're probably right about that. I'm not a degenerate, But
okay, this is good because if we think about Christ and God and everything else that we should be beholden to, I think that this is good. But here's the thing, though. If you look at any data, even data will tell you this data is more optimal than other data. But people are going to assume this, right? It's depending on what they want to do with this information and data. Even then, if it's just plain data in numbers and digits.
So would you make the claim that, are you saying having the data is awareness and that's good?
Yeah, I think awareness is good.
Awareness is
I
good?
think it's good. Yeah.
Okay, are you sure about that statement?
Yeah, I think awareness is definitely good. I don't think. Well, it depends on what
visibility is good. Awareness means something like progress, conversation, value. So basically, you're saying we're talking about it, therefore it's good.
So when it comes to awareness, it depends on.
I think yes, they are getting into morality, but again, I don't think that. Yeah, they are. And so again, the hang up there wasn't about the red pill or the manosphere. And is it good or is it bad? We didn't get there yet. He was just establishing that there are prescriptive claims, because Martae was saying that there wasn't. And then he conceded that. So now we can move on to determine, okay, with these prescriptions, is there more harm or is there not?
What the awareness is. I'm not making an overarching assumption as to what the awareness is. Mind you, I'll even go to your argument that even supports your claim. Here I am being benevolent here. Awareness of eating the from the tree of knowledge, right? That was bad awareness. Now, what the red pill gives you is they give you awareness as to what to do with this. Like I said, I can look at this awareness and say, okay, this is definitely bad, but you still have to explain to me how this is bad, how getting information on female nature would be bad, or any of this would be bad.
I can explain how it can be bad and how it is bad. So you already admitted that. You already admitted that.
Yeah, they definitely can be, but they don't have to be. Not all prescriptive claims are moral claims.
Necessarily awareness isn't good, because then if you sidestep this, but basically if you were to make that claim, then you would have to say, okay, well, terrorism, where is awareness? That must be good. That's obviously nonsense. So in order to qualify if something is good or bad from bringing awareness to it, we have to measure the harm and the results that come from it. Would you agree with that?
Well, I mean, in the red pill community, I think with data, you're going to have data that you're going to be confident in. You're going to want to look at the stats. You're going to want to look at outcomes. Hence, matter of fact, I'll bring up my debate from last night. If you look at 9% divorce rates in the Christian, I would say orthodoxy, where people are more benevolent, stay in marriages, a patriarchal structure, I would say that that's a red pill data point for everybody else to follow, and they subscribe to this. So you can even see the directional analysis after looking at this. People would say, okay, for the red pill community, which I did, I'd say here's a direction where we have successful marriages. I just red pilled a bunch of people in the audience. So I don't think that that's bad. I think that in me, I'm not even telling them what to do. I'm just saying.
And again, he's still hanging up on the red pill information is not bad. We agree. We're talking about the dissemination of that information and how it's being done and the effects of that.
There's only a 9% divorce rate in here where this is successful, and I'm showing that this is practical in society. I'm not telling them what to do. I'm just saying this is the information. Do with it what you will.
Okay, but even going back to just being a data, let's just say for the sake of this example, it is just this data packet, right? But data packet. Even if you have just a data packet, there's something that's going to come from that. There's something that otherwise, why give it? There's some inherent value of showing this thing, right? So men can take it into consideration. If going back to my example, if I crack open a red pill book, I'm not going to find random, factoids about bugs and stuff, right? There's a reason why it centers around dating environment and men and how they navigate it. So men are going to take this and they're going to do something with it. They're going to turn an is into an ought.
And I love that you brought this up. So here's the thing that I was saying in my opening statement. Red pill is complementary with Christianity, and I'll give you a quick example. I'm not going to be too long on this subject because I don't want to bore the audience.
Some of it.
Guys, don't forget we still on the horizontal stream we still are tied with 18 votes. Oh my goodness, we are at 50-50. Somebody break that tie.
Some of it is.
So here's the thing, though.
That's fucking funny. Dilly dilly. That's funny.
If I was to tell
You might be a little racist, but that's okay.
my Orthodox priest and I was to say, hey, this dating market is crazy out here, what's your advice for me? Granted, he hasn't been on the dating market in probably years, right? Knowing that there's extreme filters out there are women that are trying to get free dates and free dinners and all this other stuff. He's going to be like, you know what, just use your discernment and, you know, just know that you have to trust Christ and all this. I would agree with that, actually. And I think that there's a hierarchy. When we talk about a hierarchy of needs, there's Christianity. Red pill is down here somewhere. I'm going to say that. But the whole argument isn't the hierarchy of which order, whatever. It's just saying that it harms more men than helps men. My argument is saying that it helps men because what the red pill would do is it would fill in the gaps, because I think that there are a lot of priests out there that would say, well, damn, I don't know what the dating market is like, but good luck. You need to use discernment and use everything that we taught you. What the red pill does is it fills in these gaps and say, bro, that's AI right there. This is not good because this is a new way they're gaming men. I don't think that people would be caught up to this. And the red pill is just a data packet of catching people up to complement Christianity.
See, I feel like somebody just said something. Fuck, I forgot. Essentially the harm argument itself that Liberty's been talking about. Like, okay, what's the harm? How do we measure it? That's where Martae should be attacking. Because while I personally believe that we may not have metrics on me being slightly happier before or now or whatever, so I would be interested to see how in a debate form you are actually going to measure the harm, but it's half over and Martae hasn't even asked about that.
Be caught up to this, and the red pill is just a data packet of catching people up to complement Christianity. It helps out a lot.
Well, I would.
That's what you were saying before. Like, he should have been like, no, I will argue the red pill, but not red pill / Manosphere.
Partly agree with you that we do see, and I'm going to piss a lot of people off for this, but I do think you see a lot of, in the Protestant type faiths, a lot of it has been infiltrated by feminism to a large degree. So if people are going to priest of that nature, it would be quite the disadvantage, because they're going to just reiterate feminist talking points to them, and that's not going to help men. But I think when you look at traditional Christianity, and especially men in the church who are of good moral fiber and exude masculine traits, they would be more someone you could look to for guidance on these types of situations.
Real quick, SpeakeaZy, you're not hearing a lot of static on my end, or hail or rain or anything?
Hey,
when I couldn't even hear you, Mo, just to tell you.
Oh, I just to restate it. Basically, I was saying that in a lot of Protestant type faiths, you do see it infiltrated by feminism. So if they were going to a priest of that nature, they would definitely get a lot of the feminist talking points that would put men on a worse path. But if you look at more traditional Christianity and go to the older men of those Christianity, you would get more reliable information, men who exude virtue and real masculinity. That would be a better source. And once again, I'm not saying that red pill is wrong. I'm saying that the results of men taking that data packet and running with it, and we've seen this over and over again. This is where things like spinning plates come from. This is where sexual variety comes from. All these different things, you can't deny that these things came from the red pill, even if the red pill claims to just be a data packet.
So here's the thing, though. In my opening, I talked about how it isn't about spinning plates or cynics or being bitter as men. So here's
maybe not for you, but that's a very central, maybe a strong word, but a very common aspect of Manosphere content.
the thing, though. When you say things like, you know, the I would say more traditional churches are more.
Yeah, right. The problem is basically drugs and fentanyl are bad, as if there aren't other drugs, and as if there aren't any forms of therapy. Agreed. Like I said before, if the argument was the red pill caused more harm than good, then I would disagree. But I think the Manosphere has damaged the red pill itself. The data packet itself has been been drugged through the mud. And so now when you want to talk about, God forbid you talk about it in mixed company, but when you are embodying the good parts, what we would agree are the good parts of the red pill, then it becomes so closely associated with the bad parts of the Manosphere that, you know, it gets, it's you know, wanting people to be like, that ain't me. I'm not Myron Gaines. Like, come on. Data packet corrupted. You know, meaning Andrew Tate, fresh and fit. I don't even remember who they are anymore because I don't watch that shit anymore. But like, just even MTR's kind of moved away from that stuff and more just like general dating commentary. But yeah, I mean that stuff. Whatever podcast. I mean, are we that confused?
When you say things like, you know, the I would say more traditional churches are more caught up to date on certain things. No, I would say that that would actually be the opposite to some degree, because we don't conform to the world, right? We don't do that at all. We're an unchanging standard, matter of fact. Not only this, but because of this, some people can kind of be behind the times when it comes to sleuthy feminism weaving its way in certain segments of like the digital realm, right? So if we think about this, it's like,
hold on, you're contradicting
and a
yourself
priest
a
is
little
going to
bit.
tell me, hey, she's doing this, and this is one thing that she's doing that's a new thing that just came out. Red Pill's just caught up data that the church would actually support if you brought it to the church.
You're contradicting yourself a little.
DJ Isolated, exactly. The message is good. The messengers are corrupt. Partially because of tech bros, social media, mental illness, and the occult influences y'all ain't ready for. Yikes. Destiny is not Manosphere because he doesn't embody the aspects of focusing on what you should do as a man. He is a political commentator.
A bit though there, because
I'd
saying
love to
the
hear how I'm
churches.
contradicting myself.
Hey, shout out to God herself, Marilyn in the building. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya.
Church isn't necessarily caught up to date. The church has been caught up to date ever since, you know, it was established in the first century. You even quoted scriptures that clearly paint the what the current market is and how the states of men and women are with men and their I guess their increased sex drive and women in their state and what they should be. So I would argue that maybe they don't have all the language, but a lot of the pieces are there.
So the problem with this with modernity is we're going to get into a sticky situation where it's like, that's what I mean. Two things can be true. And that's the same for what I was just saying right now. So if we're talking about red pill, something that's existed since the dawn of time, which is like awareness of Samson, Delilah, Eve, and all this other stuff, these warning cautionary tales that we've been told the whole time. What you're talking about is we're making a distinction in language, right? And that's all we're talking about is like this distinction. Now, I think that it's important and imperative men to understand that these things can wear different costumes now, whereas like it's the same thing. Just understand that when I say not caught up to date, I'm talking about caught up to date as far as like the disguises in the sleuth and treachery that happens nowadays on the digital spectrum, or even in the dating market, as far as like people planning certain things, and the way that women move nowadays may be different. It's the same in some semblances, because I'll even agree with
you're being obtuse, Liberty. Come on, you know exactly why he is not red Manosphere. Don't like if you have a real question on like someone like MTR. If I would consider them, fine, but you are not under the impression that perhaps maybe Destiny counts as Manosphere. Come on, bro.
with you on that, because two things can be true. Like I said, now women are using a new device as far as like digital spectrum, AI, filters, everything else. Matter of fact, Marquisha could be Marquand. You don't even know this until you find out that your brother cued you.
Okay, by this logic, so does fucking Lily Thompson. She thinks that she's a real woman. So how is she not the boss queen of everything? What are you talking about? You're just reaching to reach now, bro. You said you love DJ, and he said the exact thing that I've been talking about. This is exactly what I said. Weird.
You in to say that, oh, gay, this guy's got a donger. And it's like, hey, I would have never know this unless my boy red pilled me, because you could see the mirror reflection in the AI or whatever. Maybe he's astute and knows this, where my priest would have been like, yo, just watch.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he's not Manosphere. It's almost like you already knew that.
Out for bro. Like, they're both right. So I don't think I've heard an argument for why red pill wrong.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
Harmsman, my bad. Yeah.
Let me ask you this. If you have, let's say, a group of 1,000 men, and you have another group of 1,000 men, and the first group engages in casual sex and, just plate spinning, whatever you want to call it, which group do you think is going to have more babies?
So my argument, because you're making this dichotomy, my argument is that red pill complements Christianity. Because it doesn't. It can't.
This isn't about. I'm just asking a simple question: which one would have more babies?
Okay, reword your question again. Sorry about that.
You have one group, 1,000 men that engage in casual sex. Another group that doesn't. Clearly, the first group's going to have more babies, just out of the rationality. Correct?
The group that engages in casual sex is obviously going to have more babies. Yeah,
exactly. I'm saying. Okay.
Hey, a shout out to a Box with the gifted membership. Where are you? Oh, there it is. Oh, I can't like those anyway. A shout out to a Box with the gifted membership, video, comments, and more. You are now a member of the Discord. Let's see, Morty getting his treats there. Oh, he knows what's coming. He's like, what is this bullshit? I need a refill. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, he loves it. Thank you so very, very much. There we go. There we go. Oh, you'll get up for that, you lazy fuck. You'll get up for that, you lazy fuck. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Box. Very, very, very much appreciated. Do not let me forget to add that to the banner. Oh my goodness. No, I definitely won't forget. Again. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For another $2, said, should we have more white babies? Yeah, why not? More babies is good. We need more babies. All right, so I'm gonna let him finish that. And then he's got one in the tank. So let's let him finish that. And I'll update the banner, and then we got it. Thank you. Yeah, so this new YouTube has two different things. If you prefer the vertical, then you can be on the vertical, and if you don't, then we have the same one going. Oh, Marilyn, thank you so much for the jewels. So what we've learned about the jewels is that this is the way that YouTube is taking more of your money. So if you super chat me $10, then they take $3 and I take $7. With the jewels, you are still paying the same $10, but instead they just take $5 now instead of $3. So, hey, everything is welcome. Very, very, very much appreciated. But just on both our ends, it is a better deal for memberships and super chats. And of course, we can get rid of all of that and have all of our money just between you and I. Well, so I looked up jewels. It's fake money to donate. So I mean, don't get robbed buying jewels. I would rather you not give me any money than giving half of your money to YouTube. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. They give you free points for donating in general to spend. Okay, so it's not money. I don't fucking know. I apologize, guys. We're not going to be until there's something where I can fit it in here. Then the jewels are very, very much appreciated, but that is up to you. So thank you very, very much. Let me update this banner and let's dive back in. Yeah.
That engages in casual sex is obviously going to have more babies. Yeah,
exactly. Obviously. Okay. So when you have that situation, we can look at data referencing U.S. government sources that 90% of homelessness is from single mother homes. This Department of Health and Human Services and Bureau Census, it's worth.
What's 8 + 5? 13.
Noting that it's 32 times the average rate of children with two-parent homes. It's also worth noting that when this data set was collected, two-parent homes in this historical database refers to children living with both parents, which at that time was overwhelmingly married heterosexual couples. So we know that fatherless homes is one of the largest contributors to homelessness. But it gets worse than that. When you look at homeless people in general, their unaliving rates are astronomical. They're up to 10 times higher than the general population. On top of that, men die by unaliving.
Yes, it did take me all of that time to do the math, but thank you so very, very much. And look who's done. Another refill. Thank you to Boxy Boy. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, this is exactly what my butthole looks like. Thank you. Indeed, Venmo and Cash App are the same, at or $ the Indian Jesus. If you do send me one of those, please let me know in the chat because they don't always give me the notifications right away. And if you are going to part with your hard-earned money, I would like to give you a big thank you.
Higher than the general population. On top of that, men die by unaliving 3 to 4 times the rate of women. So if men follow the strategy of sexual variety and all these other things that are descriptive, how is that going to reduce the number of children born to single mothers?
So I noticed.
Why don't I know this band? I think we might need to check that out in the after party.
What you just did there was really sneaky. You said follow the variety of descriptors. You inserted a prescriptor in a descriptor. So if we just leave it as a descriptor, you're not going to have a prescriptor. So let's separate the two and create the distinction right now.
Well, hold on. So, do people who subscribe to the red pill not spin plates?
So if people take a date.
That wasn't the question. Yes, of course. People who follow the red pill spin plates. Do all of them? Maybe not.
Subscribe to the red pill, not spin plates.
So if people take a data packet and they say, I'm going to decide to spin plates when the data packet didn't tell them that's what you should do. Yeah, people do this.
To measure harm, we have to look at the outcome, do we not? Marxism had a lot of things it recognized as being wrong, but its answers was catastrophic. So,
that is a great analogy. Because Marx had some good, pointed out some good issues with capitalism in general. But does that mean that Marxism is good? Definitely not. So spinning plates just means dating multiple girls at the same time, where you're not like tied down to one. And that's just the terminology that they use. So they'll talk about like having a roster, spinning plates. It just means like throughout the week or the month or whatever your schedule is, then you're entertaining multiple women.
Had a lot of things it recognized as being wrong, but its answers was catastrophic. So we have to look at what happens over a course of time. You can't just look at, there's this data packet and then not evaluate any further than that. You have to look at what the results are from it to measure harm.
So if you look at Marxism on its...
Okay, everyone, read the poll before you pick an option. They look similar. It was exactly what DJ Isolated just said. Which is true? Dogs look like their owners, or owners look like their dogs. Which one is the deciding factor?
To look at what the results are from it to measure harm.
So if you look at Marxism on its base, right, you would then have to look at the people who followed a prescriptive lens off of this. Just like the red pill. We're going to go back to the red pill. So if I get this information in the data packet and I don't follow the data packet, but I take the data packet and I run to my priest,
They said, I found one fine as a woman with low standards in men and married her. Now I'm too old and fat to spin anything. Dilly to that. Dilly, man. That's the dream, baby. That is the dream.
Don't follow the data packet, but I take the data packet and I run to my priest, my church, and say, hey, these are the new stats that's going on right now. How can I reconcile this? And then what he'll do is complement this with orthodoxy and say, knowing this data right now, this is how scripture tells you to move. How would I be wrong? Because that's where I'm saying this whole debate.
Well, you didn't answer my question. You're asking.
Again, I'm saying the first word is the deciding factor. So does the dog make the owner look like them, or does the owner make the dog look like the owner?
Another question. How?
Yeah, of course, I'll answer that.
For 99 cents, you can feed a poor old overlord dog.
Do men who follow the red pill spin plates?
Yeah, if they're using a prescription, which I would say the red pill doesn't say you need to spin plates, this would be like an offshoot. Yeah, that would be bad, and also that wouldn't be red pill of them to do so. Yeah,
it would. I mean, they're using the data points in order to say, okay, well, this is what I need to do. I need to be confident. I need to spin plates. I need to. This is the prescriptures that prescriptures that come from the description of red pill.
No,
you can't separate those two. You can, because if you have just the data point. If the data point didn't exist, then these tactics wouldn't exist.
The red pill has always existed. Like I said, Christianity is one big red pill. So if you have information and data that's existing, it's not a time, you would then
Was
say
Andrew
that-
Tate hanging out with the disciples, man? Was he back there chilling with them? Like,
Right.
doesn't make it.
Right, exactly. But the question is, do we look alike because he grew to look like me, or did I become looking different because I got him?
Any sense? Come on.
What are you talking about? The disciples chilling with who? Like,
I said it was Andrew Tate hanging out and chilling with the disciples. Red pill didn't exist back then. You're making this.
I don't know
you're
what that
making this
has to do
correlation.
Yeah,
with
no,
what we're talking about.
He's stretching, and so where he's trying to say, going back to the more broad definition of red pill, meaning just being awoken to something. He's saying that Christianity is the awakening to X, Y, and Z. But now when we're specifically talking about the dating red pill that is associated with the Manosphere, he's trying to back up from that.
Exist back then. You're making this.
I don't know
you're
what that
making this
has to do
correlation.
with what we're talking about right now.
You just said that the red pill is Christianity is red pill. I'm talking about the current.
Yeah, it's a giant red pill. That's not the so you what you just
But
did was
you're
made
talking
like,
about something completely different. You're talking about
you're talking about
using
something completely different.
No, you're using a terminology for you're saying, well, this thing is red pill, but we're talking about red pill as it exists today in its current situation.
Can you tell me?
Have descriptors? I just did. You have descriptors. And then men take those descriptors and they get some of them we just went over and you even conceded that there are hidden moral axioms in some of the descriptors, but we'll put that aside.
Mm-hmm.
Some men.
So Morty is 15 years old. I got him on Halloween of 2010. So he does for come on. All right. Focus on my dog. What's happening? Okay, so yeah, he definitely has his own ARP subscription. He's got an enlarged valve in his heart, and that makes fluid leak into his lungs. So he's got, like, if you feel his heartbeat, it's so strong because his heart just has to push to get enough blood through the valve. So he's on medications, and like day to day, he's fine. He's not like sick or anything. But he is old, and it ain't gonna last forever, No, I had one sip left. I was like, I definitely can't do an empty dilly dilly on that. And I'm not explaining it. You either get it. If you know, you know.
Conceded that there are hidden moral axioms in some of the descriptors, but we'll put that aside. Some men take the descriptors and they take the should statements and they run with it, and that's what a lot of podcasts and books are about. So
that's what I am talking about. The way the end, the consumer end podcasts, consumer end books. I think those are being used. Again, I agree that they are the red pill itself is this data packet, but I think the let's see, should I pull this up? Let's see, does Angry look like his dog? In 3, 2, 1. He's definitely a cutie. But, actually, now that I look at it, even though you've got a round face, and obviously he's got a very doxy face, but I still see it. One's in the chat if you think Angry Amputee looks like his dog. I think he does. Cutie. Dane said, my sister-in-law has an artificial heart valve too. Maybe they're related. Maybe they're in a different life. If your sister's cool or sister-in-law is cool, then it's definitely a possibility. DJ said, real red pill has always existed. No, it's a modern reality-based description and lens for very particular modern problems. Unless you are dope AF and apply red pill to everything outside of gender dynamics, which I think is what a lot of especially younger men are doing. Hence, what I believe is the harm. Now, again, I don't have metrics. I'm not here having that debate. I'm just giving my opinion. And but again, Martae is not asking for I just closed it. Martae is not asking for anything about the harm itself. What is the harm that's being done? It's only now Moe that brought up. It's only Moe that brought up the harm. $500 a minute. I will hash out your problems with you on a minute. There you go. So we got a one. Oh, well, we'll do this. Ones if you think they look alike. Then what? Yep. Yep. Right over here. Yep. Box is being a little baby. Dane says no. Context says yes. Oh man. Don't do that to the poor dog. Oh, got him. Another one. Nice. And we got Nathan in the building. Welcome to the party. Said I'm special needs, but I learned about special needs history pre-1987. We disabled American people were thrown in mental institutions, and yeah, that's why they shut them down. Because while I do absolutely think that mental asylums should be a thing, the way that they were in the 70s and the 80s and earlier is not what we're talking about. Welcome to the party. Let's dive right back in here.
And that's what a lot of podcasts and books are about. So if you have men who are participating in the red pill and they're spinning plates, how is that not going to cause more harm in the long run?
So this is the whole gun argument that you're making right now. A gun is neither good nor bad. If I take a gun and I have to make a decision with this, there are gun books everywhere. It'll tell you how to use it, how to aim, how to be better at taking this gun and then using it in certain situations. Now, what the person does with this determines whether or not they're prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law or not, or whether or not they can save lives or take lives from this gun that they use. And that's the same argument that you're making. Your argument would be concisely saying that, hey, we should just outlaw guns and just say 2A because this is bad, because some people make bad decisions with this gun that we're taking. So if you take this data,
no. See, again, he's missing the middle step of the interpretation. DJ saying Manosphere grifters cause traceable harm. Red pill harm would be harder to track down, although I will guess intelligence agencies and psyops are involved to demoralize men. That would be a perversion. True. What was I about to say? What the fuck did he just say? Hold on.
Say 2A because this is bad because
yeah. So he's trying to make the argument that, well, you're saying that this tool is bad and it's just a tool. So that's the same thing with guns. But that's not the argument. He's agreed from his opening statement that the tool, the data packet, is not inherently bad. It's the manosphere. It's the bringing down of that message, and whether it is a perversion or not. That is what kids are understanding. Go. Jesus Christ.
People make bad decisions with this gun that we're taking. So if you take this data packet, because some people decide to, add a prescription on there that isn't involved in these stats of saying that the divorce rate is super high.
Let's go with that hypothetical. Let's say you have a group of gun enthusiasts, and they have a bunch of descriptors, and they get together, and they're all, chumming together brotherhood. And that group turns into, hey, we decided that shooting people is great, and we're just going to do that. And they all start shooting people. Would you say that group is
exactly
bad? I mean,
there you go. That is the right analogy. The tool, we agree, is not wrong. It is the people using that tool in a way that we don't like. And so again, if it was just a red pill, then I would be with Martae. But when you bring in the manosphere and you bring in the perversion of the red pill, then you get harm.
You would link it to that group, right?
So when you add the human element, it changes things distinctly. It's like taking weed.
Answer the question.
We're talking about the human element. We're talking about men. We're talking about men. They're human, aren't they?
No, this is the same thing.
No,
they are human.
What?
So this is the same thing. So if you add men to the equation of guns, it changes the dynamic completely. A book is just a book, right? When read with men and they could say what we're going to do. Now, if you add people to the equation of just the gun by itself doesn't do any harm. Now you can have these men, they can do the opposite. Understand what I said before, this knife cuts both ways. If this said group can then decide to be a group for justice and they all pass the state board and put on badges, then this would be the argument the other way. All this is pointing to the gun is just
so we should let the group of people who decide to shoot people, we should say, oh, well.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking on this realm, but there was a while where Fresh and Fit was the #1 super chatted show on YouTube. I mean, like I said, I was, Mr. fucking beta blue pill before I found them. And so if anything, I would be in the position where, I am the most willing to give to support the platform. But there's a reason that I did it. And there's a reason that I moved away from that. And all those people who are every single day just waiting for, a table full of chicks because, they do their date night show, but nobody fucking watches that. They all want the 20 chicks and they want, oh, you're a dumb bitch. You're a single mother. I don't usually like this kind of language, but it's a whole mood. Dilly, do that. Dilly. If Manosphere just means a collection of guys like Tate, then that's selecting for a bad group of people and excluding other men who make content about men's issues like Tate, but with a different opinion. Agreed. Why do you think those men are either excluding themselves or being excluded from Tate-like content? Because kids are watching that and going one way, and the other people, or the good guys, the men who make content about men's issues with a different opinion, are not getting the bump from being part of the Manosphere.
That's not their fault. Their group isn't at fault. Just because they're tenants and things, they're just listing descriptors. It just so happens that all of these men in this group start shooting people. I'm sure it's completely unrelated. Just like all the red pills guys are spinning plates and we
have a massive group. And here's a massive group in the nation. We have DEA agents. We have Homeland Security. Very familiar with law enforcement. I was in there. Massive group with guns. You would never demonize them for using their power that they have with this gun that they have. And you would never say, we need to take this off the table because abusing this gun that they have, which would be the opposite of the law, right?
Can you answer my question, though? Does, as a whole, the red pill community, do they subscribe to these tenets of spinning plates and sexual marketplace? Do they not partake in those things?
Are you talking about a bunch of degenerate men as a nation that may not subscribe to like Orthodox Christianity and stuff like that take information to misuse it? Yeah, that can happen.
So Dana says, smart and feminized men encounter Fresh and Fit, get rescued, see the failures of FNF, and move on to more reasonable content. What's bad about that? The fact that they're not all moving on. The fact that there's still a huge audience for Fresh and Fit. They're not moving on. That's the problem. If they were moving on, then it wouldn't be a problem. I've been saying, again, for this, usually I say the red pill, but for this conversation, since we're being more specific, the Manosphere, if at all, should be it's definitely an echo chamber. But if you're going to be in the Manosphere content, it should be a pit stop. It should be a pit stop to understand what you're missing, and then you move on with your life exactly like Dane is talking about. But unfortunately, there are too many people who didn't move on. And maybe for other reasons, like, they got caught simping and this and that and that. Then they, maybe they walked away because of that, but not because they realized the failures of FNF in terms of the red pill content itself. You see what I mean?
To like Orthodox Christianity and stuff like that take information to misuse it. Yeah, that can happen. I would agree. Yeah.
I would say it does happen. Does it not?
Yeah, this can happen when people take information.
Can or does?
Both.
Yeah, it can happen, and it does happen. Yeah, when they misuse the information. Yeah.
Okay.
But hold on, here's the other side of the argument. Would you also agree that people take this information and actually use it for good? And does it complement Christianity?
I would, with a qualifier, I would say just because you have a portion of something that is good and they use it for good doesn't mean that I would say the overwhelming majority of men who follow red pill don't take that approach.
Shout out to Project VO Pod. Welcome to the party. Dilly to you. Sam, this is Master, bro. I love validating those 304s. I mean, it kind of do be like that with the dude stuck in the Manosphere. It's not good. It's not good. Dane said, but you moved on. Yeah, because I'm better than a lot of people. I'm also an atheist who's not a fucking hedonistic leftist. But that doesn't mean that most atheists aren't hedonistic leftists. So I'm better than them because I was able to see it. But most of them are not seeing it. Or enough. I'll say, I don't know enough to say most. But enough of them are not seeing, oh, this should have just been a pit stop where these guys, they have some good information, but I don't want to feed into the negative aspects of what they're doing. That's my point. That's my point, is that there's way less of that than there is people, just simping for them. And then even if they decide not to like the content anymore because, oh, he got cocked, and they're still taking those ideas and not regulating them for the rest of life. And so everything becomes about, oh, I'm being a high value man. It's not good. You ain't getting laid with that unless you already got the looks, in which case you're probably not searching out red pill content in the first place.
I would say the overwhelming majority of men who follow the red pill don't take that approach. Because do you think the overwhelming majority of men are Christians?
So we are, I would say, the highest community that we have in the nation. We're more of a Christian nation than an Islam nation or anything
that
else.
wasn't my question. Is the highest majority of men?
It would have to be a number where from the start of, let's say the peak of their popularity, that there would have to be a particular rate of decline. That, okay, people are seeing it, they're getting the good stuff, and they're moving on. And I don't think that is the case. Do I have a number? I don't know. I don't know how many people are watching. I'm not in this debate with in this debate. I'm just giving my personal opinion that too many, the fact that this channel still exists, the fact that this dude can go and pay for college tours and stuff is a bad thing. That is my position.
Who partake in the red pill Christians? Your standard of Christians.
My standard of Christians?
Yeah.
Actually, sorry, let's get the question.
Anything else? Community. So we are, I would say, the highest community that we have in the nation. We're more of a Christian nation than an Islam nation or anything else.
That wasn't my question. Is the highest majority of men who partake in the red pill Christians? Your standard of Christians.
My standard of Christians?
Yeah.
I would say they're. So here's the thing that we're going to get into, and I need to create a distinction.
Not answering the question again.
Before we even walk down this path. I know what you're doing right now.
Give me the answer and then give me the qualifier. Give me the answer and then the qualifier.
I get what you're saying, but let me at least kind of contend with the argument that you're making right now.
Just give me the answer and then give me the qualifier. I'm going to let you talk.
I hate when people do this. Like, if it's a yes or no, does this happen, yes or no? First, answer the question and then say but or however or whatever, and then add your qualifier. Answer the question. Dane said, baby mamas and passive fathers are cranking out weak men every day. The maintained level of subs could be a pipeline of men passing through. Potentially, I don't think that's the case. I'm willing to be wrong. I don't claim to have numbers on this. I don't think that's the case. Maybe it is. Always willing to be corrected, but it doesn't look like that to me. Shout out to Gabriel. Welcome to the party. I went to DebateCon 6 and debated Jim Bob on Outnumbered, and you did. We're making our way through the crucible. We're making our way through. Welcome to the party. Jake said, I like Martae, but I do have some issues with his style of debate. Yeah, I think the fact that a big part of this debate is exactly what Liberty's freaking out about. What is harm? Define harm. Do we have any numbers on this? That is his job, is to attack that position. You say, okay, there's harm. What is the harm? How do you know that there's this much harm? Well, the same questions that Dana's asking me. Now, I didn't prepare for a debate like this. I'm just covering it. But that should be the entire thing that Martae is talking about. What do you mean by harm? and how much harm is too much harm, or going on that line of thinking. But he ain't.
Just give me the answer and then give me the qualifier. I'm gonna let you talk.
I'm going to answer this concisely, right? Yeah, I'm going to be very concise about this debate. So here's the thing, though.
Ooh, Verts, shade being thrown by the landscapers.
When it comes to red pill, I think that you're going to have what you're saying, and I'll agree with you. A lot of people are mostly going to abuse this that aren't Christian, that are going to take this information and use this. However, I would argue that the other side that are Christians, maybe the few people that do use this and add Christianity, are going to be amazing husbands, good fathers, good boyfriends, and fiancés and things like this, and produce a flourishing society with that.
Okay, so we established that the majority of them are not.
All we said is that two things can be true. That's all we said now.
And that does not do anything to reduce the state of fatherless homes. So I don't see how you get around this. This clearly is going to lead to more fatherless homes, more plate spinning, more degenerate actions. This is ultimately bad for men. You would agree that men shape society, right?
This is the whole.
This is exactly what when Rob was on my channel, which you should definitely check out. It was right before right after all the Panelverse drama. But yeah, I was expecting, because he is crucible coded. I forgot about this poem. That we would be talking a lot about religion, but I was very pleased when he didn't have the opinion of like, oh, you dirty atheist. And he was like, no, yeah, I'm more on the political side. I really appreciated him. Yeah, he's not a religious debater. Shout out to Rob. What the
ultimately bad for men. You would agree that men shape society, right?
This is the whole gun argument still, because you're saying ultimately
I'm asking you,
are dying because of gun.
What happened? What happened? What happened? Play the thing. Oh, come on.
Do men shape
are there more
society?
people using guns for bad than good? This is the argument you're making right now. And I'm just like, well, yeah, I would agree that there's a lot of bad people using this, but should we cancel guns, or should we demonize guns because of, let's say the majority of the nation is using guns for bad and we have a prevalent law enforcement that's trying to combat this somehow. Would you demonize guns?
I wouldn't demonize guns, but if there was a group, going back to my example,
right. This is not a true analogy. Because because again, it's the tool. Then there is the dissemination, and then there is supposedly the harm. He's just trying to say, well, guns can potentially cause harm, so we should ban them. But that's not the argument that Moe is making about red pill.
Took on the mantra of, oh, shooting people is good, I would go after that group, and that's the example it's a false dichotomy what you're playing out here. It's not the same thing.
I'm saying that this knife cuts both ways, because on the other spectrum,
no, I've already said that. I've already granted in this hypothetical that you could have a state of descriptors that are good, but if we already admitted that overwhelming majority of men who are using it for degenerate ways, and they're not Christians to your standards. So overwhelmingly, it's going to cause more harm than good in the long run.
Well, hold on. So this is also not a good argument, and I can tell you why. We would say that Christianity in the West has been demonized, infiltrated by feminism, and misused by everybody else. This data packet, which is a biblical standard that we have traditions, and all this, right? Sacraments have been left to the wayside. People no longer practice any of that.
Would now, you call that real Christianity?
But hold on real quick. We have all of this, and people are taking this.
Right, but again, remember, Liberty, this is not Moe's responsibility. That's Martae's responsibility, and he's failing.
And manipulate it and making it their own sex and things like this. Would you say that Christianity is bad because of all these decisions people decided to have with the schism that happened? Because the schism happened in the red pill as well too.
I wouldn't call that Christians.
Right. So I wouldn't call those red pill people. I wouldn't call them red pill at all, for sure.
But you already admitted that the overwhelming majority of men are secular in nature. They're using red pill. They're not your version of Christians. So if they're using a data packet. If that's the case, then that's the whole debate right there. It's going to cause more harm than good in the long run.
No, and again, so this is where Martae needs to be. Okay, let's say that you're right. What harm? How are you measuring this harm? That's what you need to do here. He has not pressed Moe on that at all.
I don't have to prove that, just because a small fraction of the red pill is good because Christians.
Not much, Hector. We were still arguing about what the red pill is and isn't, and manosphere and good and bad and what is harm and all that stuff. We're in the same spot.
Of your standard use it correctly. I only have to prove that the overwhelming majority of men, which you already admitted, will use it for degenerate ways, and in the long run, it will cause more harm than good. And
so because he is coming from a Christian perspective, then he is saying just the fact that you are willing to spin plates or be casual is the harm. Again, I don't think that is necessarily unimpeachable, but it's a good point.
You just prove that, and
let's also remember that they sit around on the nighttime show and like, oh, you dirty bitch, there's this whore, blah, 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 blah. And then women keep coming on the show. Why? Because all of the simps that pay fresh and fit money to watch them yell at girls, at OF girls, then go and follow the OF girls and give them money and simp for them too.
Even know that you haven't even proved that, and I can tell you why you haven't proven that. Let me go ahead and demonstrate.
Let's go back to the question. Are the overwhelming majority of men who subscribe to the red pill and use degenerate, are the overwhelming majority of men who use the red pill, are they your version of Christians? Let's go back to that question.
So, okay, if everybody uses the red pill and adds no prescription onto the red pill and just uses it as a descriptive, do you think that this is bad?
No, don't ask me a question.
Don't answer a question.
Come on, brother. Which is worse? Just ignoring a question and just talking about other stuff, or answering a question with another question? Yikes. Guys, we are coming up on the 3-hour mark. You guys have been absolutely amazing. I have not said anything yet, but we are coming up on that 3-hour mark. If you would like to keep the party raging and, of course, get Morty a refill, any donation will count. 99 cents will keep the party raging.
I'll ask you a question. I'll answer it. So if the majority of people have a data packet of information, I don't think that that's going to harm people. What's going to harm people is something that's not the red pill. This would be selfish desire, lack of discipline, and everything else that they have in lack of development, which the church also provides. So my prescription is saying, absent Christianity, I think society in general, even absent the red pill, is bad. But I don't think red pill is causing more harm than good. You're basically
the manosphere is
saying awareness causes more harm than good. So I think that lack of red pill
judge what happens from the awareness and what the people overwhelmingly are doing with it.
No, that's not true. Lack of awareness causes more harm than good. Ignorance is not bliss, Mo.
I didn't say that. I said to judge.
No, I'm just letting you know something you didn't say. Because of lack of awareness.
You have to look at the long repercussions of it. And you kind of just skirted the question again, though. Earlier, you did say that the overwhelming majority of red pills, people who subscribe to it, are not Christians of your caliber. So that means that they're going to use it, and they're going to do what we see: spin plates, all this other stuff. So that is causing harm. We just showed it with data and homelessness.
False. I can demonstrate.
That's false? Okay, so
as far as what numbers, what standard, there we go, that Mo is using, he did bring up the fact that more people who are into casual sex and spinning plates and all that stuff are more likely to have kids out of wedlock, so on and so forth. And then we can talk about the pair bonding. There's definitely harm in living that kind of lifestyle. Is it more harmful than it is helpful? I personally think so, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Shout out to Craig over on Rumble. Welcome. Very good to see ya. Finishing up this manosphere debate.
Data and homelessness.
False. I can demonstrate.
That's false. Okay, so the majority of men who use the red pill are your version of Christians then.
So hold on. So we're getting into this dichotomy.
Can we answer? That's a very simple question.
I'm answering the question. Can I finish answering it?
Okay, we're not answering the question. So we're about to get into the. No. That is not an answer to the question. An answer to the question would be yes or no.
Answering the question. Can I finish answering it? Okay, this is my answer to the question. So if you're getting data, but massive people are missing.
Shout out to Hector, keeping the party raging, and of course, another treat for Morty. And another refill. Let's go. Yeah, baby. Oh, my goodness. Look at him. Just look at him. Oh, he's loving it. He's loving it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. And of course, that means the party rages on.
This is my answer to the question. So if you're getting data, but massive people are misusing the data, however, the data doesn't tell you how to use it or what to do with this, for the most massive majority of what you would call red pill data points isn't telling you. Matter of fact, if I then told a bunch of people, I'll answer this instead of answering this. If I then told a bunch of people that being a harlot is bad, having a high sex count and body count is bad and all this, everything that the church basically agrees with. And then I not only tell them this, but it tells you to level yourself up as a man, level your fitness up, become more confident in certain things, meaning like these are descriptors. It is descriptively accurate that me as being a confident person will enhance a relationship. Now, whether or not I should do this or whatever is neither here nor there. It's just saying what is. It's making an is claim, not an ought claim. You make the ought claim up yourself. So that means that the data isn't bad. What's bad is that when you have mankind, I would say probably cave into their own nature. And that's where you add the men to the guns and men to everything else that make the guns bad. It's not the guns bad. It's what people do with the guns that makes it bad.
Right. So it's not the red pill that's bad. It's what people do with the red pill, aka make Manosphere podcast and pervert the message of the red pill before it gets into the minds of young men. That is the harm.
And that's your argument, is saying, well, the majority of people, the reason why they decide, if the massive majority of the United States is bad and they use the information that's neither good nor bad, it makes the information bad. That's a faulty argument.
Okay, so answer me this, Martae. How do we judge harm? By intent or out?
Ooh, finally, we're getting there. And yet, even though it is Martae's strongest point to argue that what is harm and how do we measure this? It's Moe going there. And I think he doesn't usually go somewhere where you don't know.
So answer me this, Martae. How do we judge harm? By intent or outcome?
Oh, I actually like this. That's a really good, actually, question. So I would say that we judge harm by, I would say, referring to the ecclesiastical church, for sure.
Okay, so the question was intent or outcome. Why is it so hard for people to just answer the question? And of course, harm is measured by outcome. It doesn't matter if you try not to kill a bunch of people. If you killed a bunch of people, that's harm. Hey, a shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. So I have gray pride. I'm old. I'm tired. Get out of my yard. And that, of course, comes. Oh my goodness. A big 20 from TV Viewerski. Thank you so very, very much. He's like, yeah, I got that. What about this? I definitely was giving him too much of the cheese one because we ran out in like 6 refills. I'm like, I don't think you're supposed to eat that much. But hey, we ain't here for a long time. We're here for a good time. Thank you so very, very much. Let's keep the party raging.
I would say referring to the ecclesiastical church, for sure. The red pill is
you would use that as a base to judge the outcome, would you not?
Well, I'm not one of these people that is just dependent on outcomes. I don't function like that. And I don't think the red pill would say, well, these outcomes are really bad. You should do this or you shouldn't do that.
So Marxism it was kind of okay because, not all the outcomes are like, how do you not judge harm from outcome?
Fire burns people. It can have a bad outcome or good outcome. It depends on what you do with this. So
right.
Right. So then to use the fire analysis or analogy, if we're going to determine, did this fire cause harm, then it doesn't matter if you didn't mean to set your house on fire. If you set your house on fire, then yes, it caused harm regardless of your intent. Star that. Make sure call out TV later for that big 20. Thank you so very, very much. Like we said, if Moe saved some numbers for the end of the game, he's legendary. That would be epic. Well, Maybe he didn't even save them because, like I said, it's Martae's job to go and ask for those things. And so he probably was ready to have all of those numbers there. But he's like, if he's not going to ask me, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna fucking burn that myself. Dane said, I bitch slapped a guy on No Fugazi last night with this same challenge about measuring harm. Well, there you go. Shout out to No Fugazi or Fugazi? Fugazi. Pretty dope. Pretty dope. Liberty said, is Mo actually going to prove intent or outcome, though? Because he has to in order to win this debate. Yep. Right, yeah. So you can use fire to cauterize a wound. But if your intent is to cauterize a wound and then you set a bitch on fire, then it doesn't really matter what you intended. You caused harm. Hey, video, comments, and more. I don't know if you were here before, but you got a gifted membership. Make sure you join the Discord because you are now a member. Said, I'm making pot roast, potatoes, carrots, and mac and cheese. Love it. Save me some. I'm hungry. He eats like this fucking, high value stuff, and I'm just, mainly eating soup with pasta and shit. All right, let's finish this up.
Fire burns people. It can have a bad outcome or good outcome. It depends on what you do with it. So there's to be the same question you asked me.
No. You can have all the good intent in the world, but the outcome in the long run is bad for men. You have to judge it on the outcome.
Yeah,
I didn't intend to push that guy off the bridge. It just was kind of an accident. And he was, the outcome, he still died, didn't he?
The outcome of guns saves lives and also murders lives. So it's like, the gun's not the problem.
Right. Okay, let's use
exactly. So depending on the situation, there either is harm or there's not harm. But what doesn't change whether there is harm or not harm is whether or not you intended for there to be harm.
Saves lives and also murders lives. So it's like, the gun's not the problem.
Right. Okay, let's use that example. So
I wish.
So you have someone who uses a gun, right? Uses a gun to defend themselves or whatever, and then you look at the state of it. He claims self-defense, but he shot the guy 5 times in the back when he wasn't even approaching him. The outcome, you have to judge the outcome and see if it has harm. I don't think you can get around this.
Yeah, I'm getting around this right now. So what you're talking about, let's separate this and create a distinction. Because this isn't exactly attached to that, right? We can say that if a court case happened and then I ended up in court and they're like saying, Martae, you slept with 500 women and that's outlawed in the state, you're going under. And I said, but judge, the red pill somehow told me to do this, but then they look through the tenets and the red pill doesn't tell me that I should bang 500 people. I would never be like using that as.
Huh? Let's try that one again. So let's go back to what Mo was saying.
Outcome. Times the back when he wasn't even approaching.
Yeah. So
the outcome, you have to judge the outcome and see if it has harm. I don't think you can get around this. I know you're trying to stir it around.
Really? I think that's a pretty strong argument. What's the weakness in it? That you have to judge harm by outcome and not intent. Play
around this right now. So what you're talking about, let's separate this and create a distinction. Because this isn't exactly attached to that, right? We can say that if a court case happened and then I ended up in court and they're like saying, Martae, you slept with 500 women and that's outlawed in the state, you're going under. And I said, but judge, the red pill somehow told me to do this, but then they look through the tenets and the red pill doesn't tell me that I should bang 500 people. I would never be like using that as an excuse. That would never be a scapegoat for me to use. They would never say, well, this guy was told by this. You'd never see that. Or you would just see this.
I have no idea what he means. I have no idea what he means. We are looking forward to that. What time is that actually? What time is that? Because I have a meeting for work at 7:30, and then I was planning to jump on after that. So maybe I don't know if we could do it live, but about 8 o'clock, I'll be around tomorrow.
Scripture saying, you know what, men with more experience with women tend to have better outcomes, this and that, or whatever. To me, it's like, if I take this data, it's like, it's
right. So again, Dan says fire bad for men implies an ontological characteristic of fire that's bad. In order for it to be bad, something occurs that is outside of fire's ontological nature. Right. So the question here isn't only is fire bad for men? The question is fire and arson, or is fire / arson bad for men? That's why from the very beginning, to quote Confluence, he prompt cucked himself. He prompt cucked himself. If he had just gone with the red pill, he would have won. But he didn't.
And have better outcomes, this and that, or whatever. To me, it's like, if I take this data, it's like, it's not going to determine the outcome of how I end up in court. What I think it's going to...
Well, but the value intent doesn't matter if we're talking about harm. It doesn't matter. Again, if I'm trying to cauterize, my intent is to cauterize your wound and I set you on fire, then it doesn't matter what my intent was. The harm was still caused.
do is just going to inform me it's my own decision that's bad, not the red pill. It's what I do with it. So you're at the best of your own question.
So then, but if you had a group of men who, let's just say it's not the red pill, it's just something else, some little.
Hey, a shout out to Marilyn. Remember, you guys gotta tell me if you so I'm just gonna do this so I don't forget. Hold on, Marilyn. Did it go? There we go. Okay, we're gonna do that with the big 5 on the Cash App. You guys know what that means. Another treat for Morty. And another refill. Yeah. Yummy. Hail, Morty. Thank you. So very, very much. Oh my goodness. These fucking push-ups.
But if you had a group of men who, let's just say it's not the red pill, it's just something else, some little list, and they all subscribed to it, and they ended up in court for murder charges, you would say, okay, well, no matter what this list intent was, the outcome is producing a lot of murder.
Mm-hmm.
So I like your question. Really good question. We can tangle with this question. So here's the thing, though. If the outcome is more so, it's not what the person okay, I'll ask you another question, even though I don't want to do this. With your question, what is the person doing? Like where are they getting this information from that you're talking about in the outcome?
Oh, let's just say it's a list of, like Jim Bob's 10 rules for life. And every time...
fucking Jim Bob, man.
There's like multiple cases, hundreds of men end up in court because they followed this rule. And
yep, I round down. So 44.5 is 44. If you get it up, you get it up. But 44 is where we are at. I'm assuming you're mad. Yeah.
There's like multiple cases, hundreds of men end up in court because they followed this rule. And no matter if the rule doesn't explicitly say, hey, you should murder people, they're still murdering people. Like you would look at the outcome and the harm.
So if they looked at this rule and the rule doesn't say Jim should do this or Jim needs to do this, the rule just says women by nature need to be led by a strong, masculine, assertive, confident person. They're then going to be like, oh, this is bad. Well, no, it's not the rules that are bad, or actually you're saying rules. Let's change it to descriptors because that's really what they are. Let's be honest here. It's not the descriptors that are bad. It's a bunch of men in their nature falling prey to their own flesh.
Yeah, those men are called the Manosphere, bro. That's what we're talking about. Welcome to the conversation.
Their own desires, things like this. That's really inherently bad. And I think that when you take people and you tell them to make just prescriptions out of descriptions, I think that's inherently bad. You would agree with that, right?
Yes. That's why he's arguing for that.
I think you would. But I think that they wouldn't outlaw this list because they'd be like, well, they dissect it. Lawyers would delve over the information. They'd be like, well, this isn't bad.
We're not talking about outlawing a list or anything. We're just saying that my question was simple. Do you judge harm based on intent or outcome? And if we look at the outcome of the red pill and the men who subscribe to it, we can see it's clear what they follow and what they do. You can't get away from this. You can say all day you want, like, well, if you use it in this way and if you have the right Christian background, well, then it's good. That's fantastic. But overwhelmingly, men use it a certain way, and you can't get away from that.
Yeah, but Mo, this doesn't make any sense because women...
Hold on. I think these are... I gotta see... I think you might be the sponsor, Hector. Hold on. I'm going to do some math. If I'm going to make sure.
You can't get away from that.
Yeah, but Mo, this doesn't make any sense because women are bad because they exist. And because women exist, the reason why they're bad is because men make a lot of...
Disavow.
No, hold on. Because, no, don't even disavow this.
Disavow. I can't go with you down this way. Whoa.
No, hold on. Women are bad because they exist. And the reason why they're bad is because...
That's euros, right? I know I'm stupid, but this is euros, right?
they're OnlyFans people and they make really bad decisions and this and that because they don't have headship or leadership. So we would say that they're bad. Is the majority of Americans women Christian or they're liberal? If you take men off the map, the whole map would be blue and everybody would vote liberal. So your argument boils down to, okay, all women are bad because we would say, would you say ontological?
Yep. We got, my apologies, Hector. We have a new sponsor. Well, not that new, but sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. And oh, what do we got here? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's a lot of push-ups. Buckmaster General in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Come on through with the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much, guys. If you just got a membership, make sure you join the Discord. It is pinned at the top of the chat. You now have full access to the after party. Buckmaster, thank you so very, very much.
Down to, okay, all women are bad because we would say, would you say ontologically they're bad? You would even disagree and you say, no, it's not women that are bad. It's what leadership they are beholden to if they follow Christ or anything else. But I wouldn't say women are ontologically evil or bad. You would even agree with me. So it's like, that's what your argument sounds like right now. It's like, we can't demonize women because the majority of women in the nation are just making their own decisions and doing something bad. You know, it's like, it's just a really faulty argument.
I mean, you went on this extra, I don't know where you're going with this. Talking about, women and ontologically, my argument is very simple, right?
That at least?
Like I don't even know where to begin with that because it's not related to what we're talking about. My argument isn't about any of that. It's very simple.
I don't think they're bad, right?
You can't judge and you have to judge the outcome, not the intent. That's what my point is.
The outcome of women, they're having the most ABs in the nation, deleting babies. They're voting liberal. The whole nation would turn blue. So that's a massive outcome that's happening right now. Women are doing this. Actually, it's the majority. Women bad, right?
No, feminism bad.
Thank you again, guys. My goodness, we are up to $119. Oh my God, that's a lot of push-ups. And of course, our sponsor, Hector Estrada. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's the majority. Women bad, right?
No, feminism bad.
Oh, they're not bad.
Feminism bad.
Feminism.
Oh, wait, hold on. But the majority of them are feminist, right? That means women bad, right?
I never said men were bad. What are you talking about?
No, feminists bad, right? Women bad, right?
I know, but you're making the correlation here. I never claimed that men were bad.
I'm not saying men. I'm saying women bad.
I know, but that would be the inverse of what you're saying. Like, I'm not making the claim that I'm saying that overwhelmingly the men who follow the red pill, you can't deny this. I don't know why you're trying to skirt the issue. They do follow a certain rule set that says they should be, high status. They should be confident. They should spin plates. All this other stuff, you shouldn't get tied down to in a marriage, or at least delay it.
Can I ask you a question?
Shout out to Colby. Welcome to the party. So the black hat pulled low flannel shirt. So many Andrew lookalikes these days. The irony is that the other guy is Crucible. Actually, I don't know if Mo is, but the other guy is Crucible. Funny. Corner Mo with that one. What did it? With what? What did I miss? What? We gotta back this up a little bit.
I'm not saying men. I'm saying
I know, but you're
he's in the nation deleting.
Because to me, maybe I missed it, but it sounds like he was just strawmanning the fact, or conflating rather, equivocating the dislike for feminism as dislike for women. That's what I thought I heard.
Babies, they're voting liberal. The whole nation would turn blue. So that's a massive outcome that's happening right now. Women are doing this. Actually, it's the majority. Women bad, right?
No, feminism bad.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not bad.
Feminism bad.
Oh, wait, hold on. But the majority of them are feminist, right? That means women bad, right?
I never said men were bad. What are you talking about?
No, feminist bad, right?
How does he have him on the ropes? Martae is trying to say, well, because most women are feminists and feminism is bad, therefore women are bad, which would be highlighting the logic that he is saying. Mo is saying, well, most men are red pill and red pill is bad, therefore men are bad. But he's not saying that women are bad. He's saying that feminism is bad.
Right?
I never said men were bad. What are you talking about?
No, feminists bad, right? Women bad, right?
I know, but you're making the correlation here. I never claimed that men were bad.
I'm not saying men. I'm saying women bad.
I know, but that would be the inverse of what you're saying. Like, I'm not making the claim that I'm saying that overwhelmingly the men who follow the red pill, you can't deny this. I don't know why you're trying to skirt the issue. They do follow a certain rule set that says they should be, high status, they should be confident, they should spin plates, all this other stuff. You shouldn't get tied down to in a marriage, or at least delay it.
Can I ask you a question? Let's nip this in the bud right now. Do you believe that people without direction?
Actually, I agree that we can talk about blaming a problem on a group based on a subset who follow their own interpretation of an ideal. Like, yes, but there is still the notion of the fact that they are in fact part of that group, and if we have an issue with that group, then it doesn't mean that like the whole thing with black fatigue going around. That doesn't mean all black people. It means that enough people who fit into this category are doing this thing.
Will fall prey to their own desires and self-destruct?
I would say yes, but it depends on the direction you're giving them. Because if you give them bad direction, then it'll be a worse outcome. Right.
Bad direction, right? Now, if I tell you data or information and I say, hey, this is what the percentage of outcomes that happen with hypergamy with women, right? And I tell you that this is an outcome that happens. Am I responsible for what you do with this information? And does it make it bad?
Wait, rephrase that question again. Sorry.
If I tell you that the majority of women in this nation are hypergamous in nature, end up deleting babies en masse, in that way, and I'm saying that that's what is happening, but I'm not giving you an ought, and I'm saying that you need to be confident when you walk in here and not ignorant. Is that bad? Would that make men bad? If I just, those three things that I just gave you, would that make what I just gave you inherently bad?
The data set itself is, I would say.
No, it's not, bro. No, it's not.
No, that's not inherently bad. But you would also have to look at the outcome of what men do with it.
But hold on, so see what you did? You just tied this to this. So that way you could say that, okay, Christianity.
I'm curious what Trey would think of this. Let's get a little screenshot here. Just out of curiosity. I mean, he is our token black. I don't know any other black people who would be interested in this conversation, but hey. Shout out to Easy. Welcome to the party. So the Manosphere was just a fad. Kinda. Welcome to the party.
So see what you did? You just tied this to this. So that way you could say that, okay, Christianity bad because Jehovah's Witness, LDS, it's all the same thing. Women bad. This is what Mo's saying right now. Women bad.
Are Jehovah's Witnesses Trinitarian? Or Jehovah's Witnesses Trinitarian?
I would say that they're not even, Christians.
The answer is no. The answer is no. They're not Trinitarian. So
no, but what do they identify as?
But they don't even follow.
They identify as Christians, right?
The core tenets of Christianity.
Right, but they still identify as Christians, even though they're not. Can you agree to that they identify as Christians?
You're proving my point.
No. Actually, this proves my point.
No, you're proving my point because my whole point is what people do with the data set. So yeah, you could say Jehovah's Witnesses is bad.
Yeah, they would say that, well, if it's bad, it came from Christianity, so that's how we ended up here. That's the same argument you're making. It's like saying
it didn't come from Christianity.
It's like saying Red Pill endorses MGTOW. Red Pill.
Wait a minute. I forget if they said Jehovah's Witness or whatever, but that definitely comes from Christianity. They did it like what? Yeah, they don't identify as Christians, but it's an offshoot of the same story.
Endorses Black Pill, which
Jehovah's Witnesses didn't come from Trinitarian Christians, so that's not even a good example.
Right, but you'll never see Christianity endorse non-Trinitarian churches, but the non-Trinitarian churches would say we're endorsed by them and we identify as such. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, so that's going to what you guys are saying about the fact that there's a subset of a group doesn't make the whole group bad. I agree with that. I'm just, again, I'm judging what they're saying as they're saying it. I'm not giving you, unless I, am telling you this is my opinion, then we're just bringing it down.
Wait, say that again? You would say what now?
So the Trinitarian churches would say we don't endorse Jehovah's Witness or LDS, but LDS would say, no, we're Christian. We're endorsed by all Christianity here. We're Christians. We identify as such. Would you not agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, sure. You could. Yeah, that's fine. I don't understand.
Okay, so therefore,
yeah, you're wrong about that. I specifically asked him, why do you do this? And he's like, well, that's our people.
You have like black pill, big cow, and things like that. They would easily identify and say, "Oh, I'm red pill Jason, and I'm red pill this and that." They're not red pill, meaning like we don't follow we don't look at a descriptive packet and then use this to complement Christianity or anything else. Let me just ask you a real quick question because we're winding down the time right now. Let's just hit the nail on the head.
This is the first thing I have from you. You could just tell me. You could just tell me instead of being a little. Well, I don't know. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Another 10 push-ups. Another 10 push-ups from Funkmaster General. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And of course, eat that first. Eat this first. Oh my God, he's so greedy. He's so greedy. There you go. Here, let's put this in here. Now you gotta eat it. There we go. Verties, look what you can do. Look what you can do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much.
Let me just ask you a real quick question because we're winding down the time right now. Let's just hit the nail on the head and just get this over with. Peel the Band-Aid off. Would you agree with me that Christians who took this data and went to their spiritual father and said, this is the data that I've received, is there any way that we can reconcile this and make this work for the greater good? And the pastor says, you know what? Now that I have this new information, this is what scripture's telling you to do with that information. Would that be bad?
Once again, you're very precise, small sample size. No, that would not be bad, but that's not what I'm arguing.
Right. So I'm arguing.
Shout out to our new sponsor of the stream, Funkmaster General. And look, he ran through that shit. He's got a system now. He's got a system now. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so very, very much. Let's get that back up. Yeah.
That these data sets and data packets are just a gun. And what you're saying is that the majority of Americans are using this gun for evil. And I would actually agree to some extent by saying this, but it's not the gun that's causing harm. It's the man's actions that's causing harms in what they do with this, their own personal desire. You're blaming the gun when it's really the man we should be.
YouTube ate it. I could show you the fucking chat. You tell me where it is. Go ahead. Funkmaster, like a white membership Oprah. And then the 10. Let me know when you guys see it. Either of them, because there's two. It's not just one, it's two.
Be blaming. You're blaming the red pill when really it's the man deciding what to do with the outcome of the information. That's really the blame.
No, not at all. Not at all. In my opener, I listed that descriptor-wise, I would say the red pill got it right. But once again, you cannot judge harm over intent. You have to judge what comes of it. And
those are two separate things, right? One isn't they're not mutually exclusive.
You still have to judge it based on the long-term effects of the men following it, which they are secular. They're not the Christians that you subscribe to. So you have to look at that harm and what that's going to cause over time. You can't get away from that.
Yeah, guns cause a lot of ilk in the nation, and it's caused a lot of dissension when we come to certain things, but we're not going to demonize guns. What people decided to do with this is bad. It's their decisions. It's man that's bad. It's not guns that are bad. You're demonizing the red pill data packet when really it's not the packet that's causing harm. It's actually men's direction that they're putting on top of this that's bad.
I'm not demonizing the red pill data packet. I'm saying that the outcome of the men who follow the red pill data packet has prescriptions, and those prescriptions are dog shit.
No, I disagree with that, and I reject that premise. Also,
you don't.
The reason I don't think it's not because I can take this.
You don't think the prescriptions are dog shit?
You have, I can take this to my spiritual father. He can reconcile this, and I can go to the nation. Hence, it's not the data packet. It's
so the prescriptions are good. All the prescriptions are good. Is that what you're saying?
What are you saying? You're saying all the prescriptions are good? I'm not making that claim. That's not my claim. I never made that.
It's not. Well, that's sound like you said.
What I'm saying is, I can take this data, go to my spiritual father, and say, "This is the information. These are the new stats right now. What can I do with this?" It's not the data that's bad. That's not what's harming men. It's their lack of going to a spiritual father or taking this information and finding guidance alongside this. What they're doing is they're taking something that's inert. I would say this is inert unless you do something with this. It's not really bad.
And,
it's what
okay,
you do.
Then answer me this: is the majority of the red pill community doing that, Martae?
Yeah, let's say that all the red pill community didn't do this, right? Let's just say they didn't do this. And I'll even grant this, right? It still wouldn't be the red pill that's bad. It's just a lot of people adding.
You're arguing against something I'm not even saying. You're arguing against something I'm saying.
The red pill. This is separate.
I'm not claiming that the descriptors are inherently bad. I'm saying you have to look at the outcome.
Nah, Colby, this is way back. So Rollo Tomasi wrote his book, The Red Pill, probably. Let's see. Well, actually, hold on. Let's bring this. Tomasi should be right here. Rational Mail. No. This. Can you see this? Oh, you can't see. 2013. So he wrote the book in 2013, and then a lot of his stuff comes from what was that book called? Lee Strauss, The Game. Is that the right one? So it's not. It was actually the other way around. So because people were using red pill like that, then they applied it to the inverse of being woke, because woke was actually woke used to actually mean what we say as red pilled is now.
Mean that the descriptors are inherently bad. I'm saying you have to look at the outcome. Once again, intent versus outcome.
No, I also reject that as well too. Because what you're talking, we have to create a distinction. What people do with this can be bad, right? We can say that can be bad, but it doesn't inherently mean thing bad. It doesn't mean information data bad. It doesn't. That's not what causes the thing bad. You would have to. So you'll agree with me on this. Would you agree that sin is inherently all of us being born into this in this world? Would you agree with that?
I would say sin is inherent. Yes.
Right. Sin is inherent. So it's like if most men are inherent with sin, that would be a very problematic thing, regardless of what information and data we have, because that can lead us astray more than a red pill data packet of like what is. It is true that when women sleep around, they're most likely to divorce, all this other stuff, but it's not that information that's going to lead you astray. It's just us following something else that isn't red pill and adding on top of it.
Well, we're winding down here. I'll just mention that I think I've made all my points clear, but one thing that I did play around with is that I didn't do it, but it would have been fun to take your video of the marriage dilemma and then quote back to you the 20 things in there and how basically majority of those things are on my side and what I agree with. But, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that's where the term comes from. Like that's exactly what it is meant to evoke. The blue pill and the red pill.
I decided to be graceful debater. I am malevolent. I'm very generous.
Yeah, you're very.
All right. So since you guys were so generous, I am going to give you guys an option. Which would you rather? We could stick with this and through the Q&A, the 30-minute Q&A. Or we could head to the after party. So we'll do debate, Q&A, or the after party. Let me know. Do we have any disciples on the stream? Yeah, we'll give you. We'll give it to you. Let's see what you guys say here.
Very benevolent, man. This is good, man. You know what? This is actually kind of a refresher compared to what I'm using. I'm so exhausted from the black fatigue right now. Sorry, I'm recovering from that actively. So I appreciate your white eraser to the black fatigue. I don't know if I can even say that right. Probably pissed a lot of people off right now. Black card revoked indefinitely.
No, I enjoyed this. This was great. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good.
It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. Actually, this was a really good one. And again,
I'm sorry, I don't. Steven, I'm just seeing this. Your homophobia is anti-Jesus. Well, one, not homophobic. Two, don't really care because I'm an atheist.
It's always
But welcome to the party.
great when I don't have to do much. Right? Both sides did great here. So with this chat, we are gonna wrap up the open floor part there. Again, massive respect. Both debaters holding their ground, keeping this sharp all the way through here. We're gonna head into the closing statements. All right, each debater's.
All right. So let me know which you would rather do. We are split pretty close, so make sure you hit the poll. I put it on both streams. So if you want to do something, hit the button.
Statement. So whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with.
So we got closing statements for each, and then either we can end there and head to the after party where we can all hang out, or we can continue the stream.
Your voice.
Yeah, well, once again, thank you, Easy and crew, for putting this together. Really appreciate it. Thanks for Martae for being a great debate opponent. Just to kind of research some things and go over some of the stuff we talked about. The topic tonight was whether the red pill Manosphere causes more harm than good. I think after everything we discussed, I've made my points, and that remains undeniably true. We've talked about the homelessness issues. We talked about men just being degenerate and spinning plates, and not really actually settling down and building a society worth inheriting. It's a situation where you have to look at the outcome, not the intent. I've already said I agree with that. The red pill in itself, this list of things it goes over, those aren't inherently bad. In fact, I agree with many of them, if not all of them. The point is, though, you have to look at the long-term effects. You cannot measure harm based on just a snapshot at the beginning. You have to look at what is going to happen after the fact. My opponent already conceded the big tau and black pill is toxic, and he thinks that's worse for men. That's part of the manosphere. So really, you just have to ask yourself some questions to the audience. Does the red pill / manosphere, does it build husbands and fathers? Does it make men happier for society? Does it produce real leaders? When men follow it, does it lead them to happier, fulfilling lives? I think the answer is clearly no.
I'm totally comfortable saying sometimes. But that's why I needed Martae to get into numbers. So that we could see, like, this is just my vibe that it's not good. I was hoping he would get pressed on numbers.
But that's basically all I have to say, and I'll concede the rest of my time.
All righty. Thank you for that closing, Mo. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to Martae for your closing statement. Whenever you're ready, Martae, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I appreciate you allowing me to speak on your platform, SpeakeaZy. Also, hello to the Mrs. Very based marriage going on here, by the way. I'll even present that. We need more traditional marriages, and I actually support that as well, too. I am taking on a position that's a devil's advocate position. I don't call myself red pill at all. Let's get this straight. I'm an Orthodox Christian who doesn't lead with orthodoxy in debates. I just like common sense principles and tradition.
Yeah, you guys all here fighting. We could have gotten into the fucking after party and done it, but hey.
No families, hence me mentioning the moderator's name. Now to my opponent, Mo, I appreciate you meeting me on fierce grounds of dueling. I like this. I think that this was a really good debate. I think this was also informative discussion for both of our parts. I think that we may have learned something from one another. Now let's get to the debate and my response as a rebuttal, pun intended. Here's the thing, though, is that his argument never really conceded, it never really, I would say, rebutted anything that I said as far as my points of saying red pill bad, more bad.
You mean rebutted or refuted?
Rebutted anything that I said as far as my points of saying red pill bad, more bad for society, and here's why. So
more bad or worse?
Prescriptively, that
Jesus Christ, bro! Like I'm definitely a grammar Yancey. Apparently, people say that you're not supposed to say that word anymore, but I don't fucking care. I'm a grammar Nazi, but like 2 and 1, come on, man.
Bad for society, and here's why. So we can agree prescriptively that there are a lot of deaths that happen in America because of guns. You would say, have guns ever given life to anybody? Well, maybe it's saved some lives, but it's taken more lives off than anything else. Well, you would never, as a nation, blame the gun for all these deaths that have happened and say guns bad, wipe them off the map. You would then say, no, we need to craft laws around this. We need to give a prescription for these guns that doesn't exist in gun culture. That's why we have laws, things like this built around this as safeguards. They insert Christianity, which I brought into the chat. And now that we're talking about this, all I'm talking about is a gun. And his argument boils down to this. Because of outcomes, guns are bad. right? Let's outlaw this. Because of outcomes, women are bad because ABs, the baby deletion, everything else like this, left to their own devices. We can go on a plethora of examples of how thing bad. Well, really, if we boil down to this, we wouldn't delete women off the face of the earth. We wouldn't delete guns off the face of the earth because we realize that there's a purpose in a descriptive claim that we can use. We observe that a gun can do two things. It can either be good or bad. We can look at a woman, despite what Eve did or Delilah did to Samson or anything else, that's going to be either good or bad. It's the leadership with this information. It's your decision-making ability. I'm able to create a distinction and separate the two. Now, I can have a data packet of information. I wouldn't even look at the results of this information. Now, what this information is an accumulation of results. What you do with this is up to you. Now, you could take this and go to Christians. You could take this and do anything else you want, but you would never blame this thing for outcomes. You would just say, this thing is bad, is not bad. It's just inert. But once activated, whatever activates this is actually bad, meaning your intention, which you separate from one to the other. Now, your intention added onto this is what makes it good or bad, just like the gun. I could pick up a gun, save a life, or kill a life. I can take fire, cook food for a village, or burn down a village. I could take a woman, she could AB all my babies at Planned Parenthood, or she can build a patriarchal structure in a family and accommodate this in a communal setting. So this is what I'm saying. If you start blaming the outcomes, you then make the thing bad, which it's not inherently bad. It's what people do with this under the guise of leadership. And that's what I think.
And the Manosphere is what people are doing with this.
Is bad. There's no leadership in this country, and that's why I'm making it. Actually, I would actually promote Christianity. And actually, Moe would too. He would promote this. When added onto this, it's good. But actually, when you talk about,
how does that tell you what percentage of black people are committing crimes? That tells you what color the people of the violent crimes were. But you made a claim that the majority of black people are doing it, and so you said you had stats to back that up. So you would have to get stats that of all individual black Americans, more of them are committing crimes than not of them, than black Americans that are not committing crimes. That's the stats that you need. And again, you don't have access to pictures here, so use Discord.
Data, I don't think the data is good nor bad, and I don't think that's causing people harm. It's actually the majority of belief systems added onto this that's actually bad. Hence the whole gun argument, the whole female all bad thing, which he didn't want to dive into, which understandably so. I don't want to piss off his missus either. So it's like, I'm just a 40-year-old virgin in the middle just talking about this ranting. So by the way, I appreciate you guys having this debate with me. This has been fun, and it's been a great time playing devil's advocate for once, which I like. Good stuff.
All righty. Thank you for that closing, Martae.
Right.
And reminder for everybody in the chat, if you hit refresh, because if you've been here from the start, it wasn't in there right at the start. But if you hit refresh, you can find both the debaters in.
All right, let's get to the questions.
Of these.
Oh, wait. He usually.
I'm waiting to. Let's bring it up. Bring on the board.
Right.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yes.
Well, with that being said,
Easy likes to ask a question first.
So. We're going to move into the Q&A segment. But first, I have a question. I like to get a question in for both sides before we do the Q&A from the chat. So for the first one, it's going to be I'm going to start on the pro side of the prompt. So is it possible that, like, because of these a lot of uncomfortable truths that do come out of the Manosphere and red pill spaces, is it possible that, and it's usually about dating dynamics and the male disadvantages, that's what we've heard a lot about here, is it possible that it only appears harmful because of these uncomfortable truths about the dating dynamics and male disadvantages?
Is that for me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Four?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a possible thing that it's only appearing harmful, but it's actually a good thing? That's what I'm trying to ask, basically.
You mean, just to clarify, you're talking about the descriptors and not the actions that the men take with those descriptors?
Right. Is it? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Is it possible that it seems harmful because of that? Yeah.
Well, I would say that it is, I guess you could say, possible, but a lot of people will take.
All right, Dane and Section. If I drop the link, will you guys come up and have this debate here?
The descriptors, and like for instance, one of the descriptors of the red pill is women are hypergamous. A lot of Christians will look at that and go, "Oh my God, no! What are you talking about? That's not a thing." Then they clutch their pearls. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of the descriptors are very accurate for just how men and women are. it can seem harmful, but I don't think it is, because even given to one of Martae's points, data in and of itself is not inherently harmful, which I never argued against.
Okay. And did you have something to say to that, Martae?
I'll take that as a no.
No, I actually agree with everything you said.
Okay. Okay. Awesome. And then, so
I can't force him up here.
If the Manosphere and the red pill is so damaging to men, right?
Only for Dane and Section. Let's see who the real feminine men are.
Why do we see a lot of men reporting that it does give them direction and it gives them like confidence at a time when like they're saying like society doesn't have anything that gives men this? So like if it was so damaging, why would we have so many men reporting the positive of it?
Well, I think
like you see, like they have a big following and everything like this, right?
Yeah, I think in a lot of these cases, you have to look at it. It's a snapshot in time, right? It's not speaking to the long-reaching effects of what it will have to a society as a whole if it's followed and they keep going down this path.
Especially, I know you guys are still going to want the after party, so I'm going to skip through and find good questions because I don't really.
You'll benefit.
The female nature, things like that happen. I would rather be miserable in the desert than in a house with a cross wife. Things like this. This sounds very red pill.
All right. Let's see what
we're going to get into the Q&A. I'm going to start this timer up. Chat, like I said, we're going to do the super chats. I only see a couple here, though, and then we'll get into
I don't know. I've never met this person before.
To the Q&A. But you can, if while we're doing the Q&A, if you want to bump yourself up, you can send a super chat, CashApp, PayPal, bump yourself up. With that, let's start this timer. And we got Tay Gooch sends in $10 just to say for the goal, not one step back, and not one step back, sir. Tay Gooch, nice. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. The cheap chimp, I love this name. Is it okay for Martae? He must have been doing speech to text. Is it okay for Martae to speak for a priest?
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. All right, put a 1 in the chat. Where'd it go? That's what I wanted. I wanted to go to the after party so we could fucking, do this. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see them hash this out in the Discord.
Questions about dating and relationships, or am I confused for both to answer? So whoever wants to answer first, and then the other one can.
I can never speak for a priest. I can't do that. I can't speak on behalf of clergy. I'm just, matter of fact, I'm just a lowly catechumen. I'm like nothing. To be honest, to the whole chat, I'm just like a piece of dirt. To me, I'm full of sin and I'm full of fault and I make mistakes all the time. And it's like, that's why I have to become repentant till the day that I die. So I'm not on the same level, I'm decades because of my past and everything else like that. Before even uttering the fact that, or thought that I have to speak to a priest or thinking I could do that.
I need 3 more ones.
So that's just to address that. But when it comes to asking him for data, I'm trying to reconcile this question, try to figure this out. Are you saying that if I was to go talk to a priest, I think that this is good. I think
2 more, and we bring this right to the after party.
That if I take this red pill data and talk to a priest and say, this is the data that I have currently on the dating market. This is what women are doing and how they're moving. What do I do with this? He would then take this and unpack this data packet and say, okay, now I'm more aware of how they're moving. This is different because the digital age changes things. Even though it's the same old book, same old script, it's just wearing a different costume, and he would help me out a whole lot. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, he says for both, but I mean, I would just kind of agree with what Martae says. He's not trying to speak for a priest. He's just, kind of generally talking about it. So,
yeah.
Okay. Bruce comes in for $5.
God damn. Good one. But yeah, you know what? I'm not interested in that. Like, I saw the questions as they were coming up. They're not that interesting. I think we kind of get the perspective, and I kind of want to get involved in this race conversation. So I'm going to pull the executive move. Big shout out to all of these donations. Look at them. Just look at them. Oh my goodness. Thank you, guys. Brilliant. Thank you. There we go. Shout out to our sponsor, the Funk Master General. Right. What time it is? You paid me, guys. Now, it's time to pay yourselves. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. We've got Dane in the building. Yourselves. Yeah, just gotta mute the stream. Welcome.
I'm still trying to get my get all my stuff turned on here real quick, man.
All good.
God, dog, man, you got my head looking big on this StreamYard, man. I gotta move.
Looking shit. That's you, bro. That ain't nothing to do with me. I'm just tiny. That's the deal. I'm just a tiny little man. So we'll see if section steps up here. Why not? I wasn't able to follow everything in the chat. Can you
man, look, I'm the South Alabama redneck. I'm the one supposed to be saying dumb shit like he's saying. But it's just, man, I've noticed in the last few months, you're talking about red pill and manosphere stuff, whether it's good or bad for men and whatever. But what I've noticed, I'd say probably over the last year, I've come to realize that a lot of these guys in the chats within this, whatever you want to call it, okay, XY chromosome into the internet. I don't know what the hell you call it. But over here, I find out that a lot of the followers, the people in chat, are at least as feminine as the feminists.
Yep.
And a lot of their complaints and argument and prescriptions are the same ones given by the feminists, but they just transpose from men suck to women suck.
I completely agree. And I think that's specifically why we in the beginning wanted to separate what is red pill and what is the manosphere. And so what you're talking about is what I've been calling the manosphere, just the collection of men, or not even necessarily men. We got Pearl as well, talking about the female nature and its relation to dating and that kind of stuff. And you're absolutely right. That's what I was saying before about how they Fresh and Fit was like the most super chatted channel at one point. And not only that, so we've got people we've got people giving simping for them, but then they have the girls on the show that are from OF, and they go simp to those girls too.
It becomes a bit of a cult of personality is what it belongs, ends up being. But they remind me, a lot of these guys, they remind me of the seagulls in Finding Nemo. They're all just going, mine. They have no original thoughts.
Yep. And
so if you get them off of the script like a telemarketer, they just go back to the script. And something I've seen pop up a lot, I didn't vote for Trump the first 2 times, but I did vote for him the last time, mainly because I couldn't imagine hearing that cackling ass laugh out of Kamala for the next 4 to 8 years. Good God.
Indeed.
Anyway, so I did vote for him this time, but since Trump's come back in and people on my side of the political persuasion has come back out, we're able to come back out in the light a little bit without being worried about getting fired or deplatformed or whatever. This whole thing has come out in the last, I guess, year of this black fatigue thing. Okay. All right. Is that ghetto hip hop, bitches and hoes type culture a problem? Well, yeah. Okay. But it's just like this. Before the Vietnam War, Americans were patriotic to soldiers being deployed off to conflicts. What changed with Vietnam was they embedded the press. So the news, every evening, the evening news had, shots on there of the Vietnamese civilians being burned up, shot up, killed, and it switched people around to against the Vietnam War. When we first started shipping off, now that was before my time. I was born in 71. It ended in, I think, 73. Okay. But I'm just saying, historically speaking, it shifted it around to where when men came home from Vietnam, instead of there being ticker tape parades, there was cursings and spitting. Okay. The internet has done a lot of that with this whole black fatigue thing, because, when you see the majority of black people that are going to school, they're going to work, they're paying their mortgage, they're mowing their grass. That's not on YouTube. That's not on TikTok.
Right.
But it's that inundation in the media of every time they get some Buquita, Lucretia that's jumping over a church's fried chicken counter, it's all over the place.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So people start saying, I love my conservative brothers and sisters. I do. Okay. But sometimes, a lot of the times, they're no smarter than the leftist. You know, they're just hypnotized because they want to belong to something. Mm-hmm. See, so when they hear their other peers or cohorts on the right saying black fatigue, it makes them feel like strengthened and stronger and less threatened and everything. So they just start mine. Yeah, black fatigue. I like the Hodge twins. I think they're funny as hell. But they do it too. You know what I'm talking about. The bright-skinned brothers that talk about it. You know, dude's got a pickup truck that's white. He calls it white privilege. You know, that's funny as hell. You can't say that ain't funny, man. So, I mean, I get the joke, but it's like everybody falls right in line. It's like them champion outfits that are so trendy and expensive now. When I was a kid,
right. Walmart. Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but my buddy over here, man, he's all day, and he can quote off these stats that I haven't even researched. And if I did research the stats, I don't know anything enough about statistical probability to understand what I'm reading. But everybody in my little echo chamber says 9 out of 10, or 13% of the population is responsible for 35% of the crime. So that means what? That means that you remembered what your equally unequipped buddy over there told you.
Well, no, with the second part, the 15% of the population and over 51.3% of the crime, that means that most of the crime per capita, or rather, for every 100 people in this racial group, black people commit. There's going to be more of those 100 who commit crime that are black. What it does not say is how many of all black people are part of that 13%.
It also doesn't say that those 51, or like he just posted 51.3%. I haven't looked at the actual data. So I'm just speaking sort of off the hip right here. But my understanding is that number, it refers to arrests and not necessarily convictions. Now, that doesn't mean that if you go to the prisons, you're not going to see more black people in prison than you do Hispanic or white people or Asians. But I don't know if prison even got an Asian in there, man. You know how you people are.
They usually got one. Tell him with a bad crowd.
What I'm saying. So, but those statistics could be accurate for what they're actually measuring in the study. But then you get Bubba and Cletus and Homer and these guys, or whoever it happens to be, and they read that. And because they've been irritated in their life before by, black people or whoever, they say, oh, yeah, well, that gives me something to kind of shore up my feelings of self. And then they go to the seagulls and Finding Nemo. Mine. And, since we all agree, it must be true. So that's why when this fool says something about, I asked him to support his claim, what is the stats where? FBI statistics. Anybody can say that, man. FBI statistics. That's why I was like, okay, well, I got FBI statistics that says the opposite. You say, whatever. Because that's not what the FBI statistics say, that the majority. Now, he backed up and he said, well, 9 out of 10 was a hyperbole. Oh, it's a hyperbole now that I've challenged you to support yourself.
All right. Well,
Can you hear me?
section, yes. Also known as We Was Templars and shit.
Yeah, that's me.
Welcome.
And no, it was hyperbolic the whole time.
Oh, it's hyperbolic
it wasn't because
now.
you challenged me.
So, okay, what's the real number then?
Yeah. There is no real number for it.
Oh,
so you just
pulled it out of your ass talking shit then. Like what I said. No. So why are we even in this debate? You just admitted.
Saying something hyperbolic doesn't mean you pull it out of your ass. It means you're being hyperbolic. And you're obviously triggered by it.
I'm not triggered by it.
You sound pretty triggered when I listen to how you talk. You can tell someone's triggered by how they spurred out about it.
Let me ask you this. Can I ask you a question?
We can see you almost got tears in your eyes. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, or are you going to continue being a dumbass?
You've been talking the whole time.
He wants to ask you a question.
Saying dumbass, but it's a problem when I say something.
Can I ask you a question?
Already.
So you don't want to have a discussion?
Ask it already. We had a discussion in chat. Just stop asking me if you can ask. Just ask it.
Slow your roll. We're all friends here. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well, no, if someone's going to call me a dumbass and all this other shit, we're not friends.
I called it like I saw it. I didn't know that you were so
I call it like I see it too.
Okay, so
you're the one that's obese.
You know what?
Lower your estrogen level.
And you know what? All that you're saying about me don't bother me a bit, brother.
And it doesn't bother me a bit either. So if you can do it, I can do it, right? Okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Already?
Are you just here to play with the clitoris, or can I ask you a question?
Are you just going to keep asking if you can ask, or are you going to ask it?
Let me know when I can talk.
Right now.
You sure?
Okay. Come on,
sure?
Just ask the fucking. All right, ask the question. Dude. Everybody, shut the fuck up. James going to ask the question.
Let's say that I grant everything you're claiming. That I'm just triggered. I'm just emotional. You still can't support the claim you made in chat. So I could be sitting here right now passing out from a panic attack. It would not make your claim true. So can you prove it? Can you support it?
Yeah, FBI crime statistics at 51.3% arrest for murder, non-negligent manslaughter. Yes.
Arrest.
Meaning they get arrested and convicted for it.
That doesn't mean they get convicted.
They're overrepresented in every single prison in every single state.
Okay, well
because none of them are doing it.
Nope, I didn't say none. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's go with they're overrepresented. Your claim was the majority of blacks were criminal. I need you to support that.
No, that's not what my claim was. I said the majority of them are cutting up and acting out, and that's what the fatigue is over, not the criminals.
Your claim was
how about you worry about your claim instead of telling me what my claim was?
So then, section your stance is that the majority, more than 50% of Black Americans commit violent crime.
No.
Okay, so what is that?
That's not my claim.
Okay, so what is the claim? Not hyperbolic.
The Shanique was in Walmart who caused problems. You know, if it was a white woman, we would call her a Karen, right? Mm-hmm. So if it's a black woman, we call her a Shaniqua, and the Tyrones and their ignorant behavior. And I would argue that it is a majority of their culture and their populace that do behave in these negative ways. And that is what is fatiguing everyone, not just the crime statistics. He asked me for some statistics, so I provided some crime statistics. But there's no calculation for how many Shaniquas in Walmarts there are.
Your statement that you would argue such and such does not have any bearing on whether you would argue it or not is bullshit or not. So what I'm asking you to do is show that what you would argue is actually true.
Yeah. So if the argument is that a majority or even a plurality, then we have to have numbers on, okay, here's the total number. Here's the number of people that are committing crimes.
There is nobody that collects. Nobody that collects the data on how many Shaniquas in Walmart
So if that's the case, can you acknowledge that you can't make a claim based on those numbers?
Oh, I can still make the claim.
It's just bullshit.
I can still say that it happens. Even if it's anecdotal.
Obviously,
every time I go into Walmart and every time most people go into Walmart, they see it happening.
Right.
How do you know most people see it going into Walmart? How do you support that claim?
Because I talk to a lot of people, don't you?
A lot of people? What's a lot?
Yes. I don't know.
What's a lot of people? I talk to a lot of people too, I guess.
Yeah, do you talk to hundreds of people? And do you ask them about this kind of information? Do you ask them if they've ever witnessed it happen? Do you
speak to hundreds
if it happens more often than it used to?
That's your objective support that most people see this going in Walmart.
Didn't I say anecdotal? That doesn't mean that it's incorrect.
So first you make a claim that's bullshit, and then you back up and say, well, that was hyperbole.
Prove that it's bullshit.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying?
Not really.
Okay.
Because you're not saying anything.
First you make a bullshit claim, and then when I called you on
you haven't proven that it's bullshit.
Hold on.
You admitted it was bullshit, but you called it hyperbolic. Oh no, it's hyperbolic. So now you come out with
the only part of it that was hyperbolic was the 9 out of 10 part.
Let me know so I can make my point.
Got stuck on it.
When you want to stop crying, let me make my point. I'll be glad to do that.
You're the one that looks like you're about to have tears in your eyes.
I'm a 54-year-old fat guy that's been up all day, man. Shut the hell up. You ain't bothering me.
Does that make you cry?
So first of all, I'm not here to argue about you or me. I'm here to argue about the point. Are you here to argue about the point? Because
You're
women
not
are
arguing
the ones,
about the point or
women
me.
are the
You haven't
ones,
said anything to
women
refute
are
what I
the
said. You
ones,
just called it
go ahead.
bullshit.
Go ahead. Women are the ones who try to win a debate by talking about how fat and red in the face the guy is.
You're the one that
He's been up
started
all
with the
day.
personal attacks, and then you tried to call me
That was
feminine
not a
for saying
personal
something about
attack.
that.
I was
Yeah.
describing to you that what you said was dumb. And
Not when you
seem to be
say
an
something
ass.
about
Well,
me,
they say
calling
dumbass.
me a
Okay, but
dumbass or something like that, calling
okay.
me feminine. Those
Let me
are
ask
personal
you,
attacks.
let me ask you something. Let me
So if
ask
you
one
can do a
more thing.
personal
Okay, listen.
attack, then I can too. But you're going to cry when I
Are
do
you
it to you.
finished? Are you finished? Okay.
Are you
Would
finished?
Would
Hold
it?
on.
No,
There
I
you
would
go.
like to speak like a grown
Yeah,
man.
you go.
Okay. Look, would it help your
You
feelings
get mad when
and help this discussion if I just apologize to you for calling you a dumbass and a fool?
No, because I don't care, and you're just going to keep doing
You
it
must
anyway
care
afterwards.
because
So
you
does
hung
an
up on
apology
it. You
mean
can't even
anything?
have an adult
You're the
conversation.
one that's hung up on an fucking hyperbolic statement.
Right. But it wasn't hyperbolic till I called you out on it.
Yeah, well, no,
Then
it was
you went and
hyperbolic
hid
the whole
behind the
time.
bush. You went and hid behind the bush. I was
Nobody's
just playing,
hiding.
guys. I was just joking, guys.
I didn't say joking.
That was a paraphrase. That's what you ended
Well,
up
it's
saying.
incorrect.
Here's
As you would say, it's bullshit. Your
When
claim
I
is
shine,
bullshit.
when
All
I
right,
shine
everybody
the
stop. Here's
light
where we're
on
at.
your darkness, your roaches ran. That's
All
what
right,
happened.
There's no darkness and there's no roaches in my house.
There's a lot of darkness.
Hold on. So where we're at is that the initially it started with section saying that 9 out of 10 black people are engaging in what behavior that brings us to black fatigue. Now he's saying that was hyperbolic. But even if you are saying that is hyperbolic, then there is still a claim. Okay, maybe it's not 9 out of 10, but it's 7 or 6 or 5.1 out of 10. In order to make that claim, you have to have some grounding. Unless otherwise, you're just saying this is what I feel like, which is totally fine. But that's not a scientific claim that's backed up by FBI statistics.
I can't believe that this guy's got me on the same side as Timu Russell Brand. That's what I can't understand. That's the worst part about it.
Am I
Anything
still
say-
muted?
No, you're good.
I didn't know when I was unmuted. So
Yeah, so I'm established. You are unmuted. I won't mute you again unless.
my claim was never just specifically about crime statistics. So what kind of data am I supposed to present to you that doesn't get collected?
We are trying to. I don't know because we're still trying to understand what the claim actually is. Because you said your initial claim you were being hyperbolic. So what is the actual claim?
I explained what the initial
That more
claim
than
was.
that more than half, right?
Yeah, more than half.
Okay, so then
Act out
we're asking for
and do
justification
crazy shit
for that claim.
Yeah.
What is your justification?
I've
for
witnessed
that claim?
it, and countless other people across the nation have witnessed it.
Okay, so you're appealing to
But
the
it's
representative
not a-
heuristic.
It's
And
not
you-
a data point that anyone collects
Correct.
and quantifies into
Correct.
a specific number of events. So
Correct.
there's
So
no
you
way
don't
to
have the
present that to anyone.
justification to say it, and it doesn't. It wouldn't make sense that it would be that way. So maybe
Well, and
we got some new people
it
here.
makes
So
perfect
hold
sense.
on. So I've told the story a million times about how I learned about the representative heuristic. I didn't even know what it was until I learned about it in school. But the concept was I was at the mall with my dad when I was a kid, and I saw a military person walk by, and I was like, "Why do military people always need to wear like their uniform?" I was like, "What are you talking about? They don't." I'm like, "Yeah, every time I see them out, they're always in their uniform."
Stupid.
It's like, yeah, that's because the only time you see somebody and know that they're in the military is when they're wearing the uniform. Similarly, you only know that black people are doing X, Y, and Z, as Dane said, because it's being put online. Do you think that for every 10 people who are put online doing some ratchet shit, that there's 10 people not on camera doing the same shit?
I don't have any proof to support that.
Right. So then you don't have a justification to make your claim.
Well, there's no proof that they're not.
Okay.
Do you
And
understand?
all I can go is based on the ones that
it's
we can
impossible.
see. And I'm not even talking
Logically,
about seeing them on social media.
You claimed over there in the live chat that you understood logic. Okay. If you understood logic, then you would know already that it is logically impossible to prove anything is not something. So I'm back to wondering why it is that you say you understand logic when your defense was that, well, I can't prove that it's not. That's logically impossible. The onus
That's not
falls
accurate
to you.
either, Lutch.
The onus falls to you to prove your claim, not for me to disprove your claim. That's how logic works. It's called falsification. You have to prove your claim. I challenge you on it, and if you can't defend my challenge, it's falsified.
It's not falsified just because you claim it is.
Okay, I'm just telling you how logic
Anecdotal
works,
evidence
man.
is still evidence.
Say what you want to say. I'm just explaining to you how
You can say
logic
what you
works.
want to say too.
Yeah, I know you did, but what am I? Is this what we boiled down to? Is this what we boiled down to? I know you are, what am I?
Anecdotal evidence still counts as evidence.
Well, sure, to an extent it does. Like if the study, excuse me, if the studies say that it's pouring rain outside, I'm not going to put on my raincoat until I look out the window. When I look out the window, you could call that anecdotal.
Yeah. True. And if the studies say that it's happening and then everyone looks out their window and it's happening, then it's confirmed. People are seeing it across the nation.
I don't even know what he was saying, so I can't even respond to that.
But the point section is that, yes, you are seeing it, but you don't know what you are seeing, what percentage of the whole that is. Nobody is claiming that black fatigue is not an issue. Nobody is saying that people, black people specifically, are wilding out and doing this and that all over the country. Yeah. Nobody is saying that. The point is specifically if you're saying the majority, you made that claim.
Yes, I did.
And now you cannot back it up.
So what?
And it's not our job.
Yeah,
or my
I don't
job
have a data. I don't have a data point to show you to prove it. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, and that's the definition of pulled it out of your ass.
No, it's
you
not.
And all your buddies who agree with you pulled it out of your ass.
Me and millions of other people are pulling it out. All
pulled it out of millions of other asses.
Millions of people.
You may be pulling it out of each other's ass for all I know.
If it was just a minority of them doing it, would the whole entire nation be experiencing fatigue at the same time?
Before I answer that question, I need to know, when you say whole entire nation, is that another one of your damn hyperboles that you pulled out of your ass?
No, there's people from every state that are experiencing black fatigue.
You said you understood logic. Are you familiar with what appeal to the consensus is?
I'm aware of what it is. Are you going to answer my question?
Well, because what you're asking me is you're providing an appeal to a consensus. All reasonable men agree. Well, partner, all reasonable men can be stupid. They can be wrong. That doesn't support your claim. That's one of those popularity things that children and women use to try to advance what they want to advance.
See, are you going to answer the question now?
A man looks at what is true or not true that he can prove. He don't make decisions and live his life based on what him and his friends
feel. A man doesn't feel like he needs to prove anything to another man. Are you going to answer my question?
Well, we built civilization by proving things to one another. That's how we got to
we built it by using our hands. We didn't have to prove anything by building.
You're using your hands for something, I think, but it ain't got nothing to do with proving nothing.
What was the question again, Section?
Wow, gay comments from a dude on the internet. Nice.
You know you like it. That's why they call me Big Daddy.
What was the question again, Section?
That's disgusting. So the question was, if it's just a minority of them doing it, then why do we see people from across the nation experiencing the same black fatigue? And it is happening, and it's happening more frequently. If it was only, 10 people here and 10 people there, no one would give a shit. We would stop mentioning it at all. It's because it's so prevalent that
I can answer that for you.
Mentioning it.
I can answer that for you. Because they're all just as wrong as you are.
Yes, millions of people are wrong, and you're right.
All right, listen.
There's millions of atheists.
Listen. 3 out of 5, used to be a television commercial. 3 out of 5 doctors suffer with diarrhea. Does that mean that the other 2 doctors enjoy diarrhea? That's your argument.
No, it's not. I didn't mention diarrhea at all. Can you just answer?
How would you feel if you hadn't had breakfast this morning?
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast?
See there? I rest my case.
All right. I think we're gonna do. We'll do what
I don't eat breakfast. You clearly eat enough breakfast for both of us.
Yikes,
man, I probably eat enough breakfast for everybody in chat. Man, look, my wife got me fat, so wouldn't no other woman take me. But
Yeah.
that's all right, man.
All right, so we're gonna so Dane got to go first, so we'll give section the last word. Dane, I'll give
He
you
was
the
bad face
screen.
amp.
Okay, great. So you can say
What he
that.
said, I didn't even hear what he said.
So I'm gonna give you the floor. Give us your final words on the topic, and then
This is my
anything else you
final
wanna
word.
tell-
This is my
tell the people,
final
like
word.
Social media channel, anything like that. The floor, sir, is yours.
Oh yeah. You can find me on YouTube. I'm still in the process of trying to get my channel all fluffed out and filled out so I can be like Timu Russell Brand here and actually have something going on. But it's under the same name. It's under the same name that I have here, Dane Snyder. You can find me there if you want to find me. Anyway, I wasn't born yesterday, and I am born and bred from a part of the country that gets vilified all over the world as being the one that's so racist and hateful and all that kind of bull stuff. But honestly, in most of my life, until the last year or so, I didn't see nearly as much of this overt stuff like this in the culture. But again, like I was telling Lutch just a minute ago, it's like since Trump got into office, and all of this stuff's on social media, people having this piped into their head everywhere all day long. All of a sudden, I'm hearing these people crawling out from under rocks, talking about them people this and those people that. You know, I had a guy I know offline earlier, just an hour or so ago, talking about, oh, they hate us and all that kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that hadn't been going around, at least in open public conversation, since I was a child or even before. So what I find that they're doing, though, what would really scare me, see, I'm not scared because I understand these people are just low IQ dumb. What would scare me, though, is if these people were expressing this in different ways and different descriptions and different terminology, but they're not. Like I was also saying, I find that a lot of these guys in this manosphere, red pill, whatever you want to call it, side of the internet, turn out to be very, very femininely minded. And here's an aspect of that. That term gets popularized amongst them, and they all start repeating it because they all want to be the prettiest girl in the room, or they want to be the friend of the prettiest girl in the room. So somehow or another, here a year or so ago, they invented this black fatigue term, and then a whole bunch of other folks, some of them are black, like the Hodge twins, it makes it even worse. Then they're going around, yeah, black fatigue, black fatigue, black fatigue, black fatigue. No original thought. No logical processing. It's just a matter of the trend of wanting to fit in with the group. And it's that kind of mindset. Like, if we go to the people over in Europe back during the 40s that ended up with, war crime trials and stuff and all that stuff that went on. It wasn't the average German. There was this very highly elite group of people, but they manipulated the people under them that weren't very high IQ. They manipulated their fears and their emotions and that sort of thing. And they all run around and they all going, mine, 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 mine. See, and that's the problem here, is that the people that are saying this, they're all repeating the same stuff. You see, and what that means is that 1 or 2 or 12 or 100 people at the top of that echelon can just keep feeding it to them through the algorithm. And the next thing you know, they're going to have on their little pointed hats, or they're going to be shaving their heads off and marching through the streets with their little, what do they call that stuff, those little lantern things that they run the bugs away with?
Torches.
Citronella. Yeah, they look like they're walking along with their little citronella torch. Remember the Proud Boys or whatever. And that's their big thing. It's more irritating. You know, what's his name over there? Was talking about, oh, he looks like he's about to cry. I'm a 54-year-old man. It's late. I still have my contacts in. I mean, come on, man. Good Lord. You can look at me and tell I take blood pressure medicine. Shit, man. But what would scare me is if they were saying their own original thoughts, but they're not. But it's still a concern with the way that this social media, back during the epidemic thing or the pandemic thing, man, you had people turning in their next door neighbors trying to have a birthday party. Why? Because this social media in front of us made us hate one another, fear one another. And if they can do that with that stuff, they can certainly round up these other people who feel weak in themselves when they lay their head on the pillow at night. They're really afraid of life around them. Why? Because they're feminine. And then you plug into that black fatigue. Yeah. I'm tired of them fat black women in Walmart blocking the aisle. And next thing you know, here we are. And it irritates me if nothing else because it's weak, it's pathetic, and we're supposed to be men.
I generally agree with you. I don't think I wanted to give a section the last word. I don't think that, he's saying enjoy the denial until the black fatigue builds up. Like, that's just straw manning what anybody said.
Well, what he's saying, though, is sort of attached to what I was just saying was an issue until the black fatigue fills up, until they keep pumping it to you and pumping it to you and pumping it to you. You see, until it builds up. And then what? And then we're going to have serious civil problems in the streets over something that's been propagandized to us.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well,
that's my concern, man. And look, a little background, okay? I've always said and done what I wanted to say and do, and I didn't care. People want to whoop me. They get finished whooping me. I tell them the same stuff right after I got up off the ground, got my, picked my teeth up off the ground. I'm still going to say and do what I want to say and do. This was true back in the 80s when I was a teenager. And like, for instance, hey, I didn't care if she was Asian.
Well, why don't we, Dave, sorry to cut you off. Why don't we save that story for the after party, because we got to get over there and I got to get Morty outside. But
am I holding you up, man? No, I don't want your dog to pee on the floor, man.
Yeah, you're gonna get to it. But thank you so much for coming up, and hopefully we'll see you in the after party, and maybe we can find some common ground.
If I don't make it over there, man, it's gonna be because I'm old and I go to bed, man. It's after my bedtime. I didn't get my nap today.
Fair enough. All right, thank you so much, brother.
All right, brother.
Right. So, yeah, I was not able to pay attention to the specifics of the chat. So I apologize if somebody got more or less than somebody else. But like, when I'm up here, then, or when we're up here, that's what I'm trying to do. And I do. Everybody was, look at Lutch trying so hard not to come out. I let you guys go. And then we established you made a claim and you didn't back that claim up. What did I get wrong? And again, that's why I wanted to have the last word, so that everybody gets it. Dana had some time before section came up, and they got right into it. So I wanted to give them both some time to talk, but you left. So I don't know what to tell you. So I'm just going to do some push-ups and call it a night. How did I want the claim backed up? With any type of numbers or justification of how you could know that a majority of a race is doing violent crime. If there's 100 people, then I want to know, and you say that a majority of those 100 people are doing X, then you must show me that here's the total, and here's how much crime, and that's 50%. Right, section. That's why we're saying, how can you make that claim? That's the whole point. You made a claim that you could not back up. Okay, fine. And we were asking you based on what? And you keep saying, I don't know. Nobody collects that data. So you're just making it up. Nobody said you can't hold the opinion. We asked you to back it up. So we will continue this in Discord, but Jesus fucking Christ. I really don't want to do these fucking push-ups. 139, Jesus fucking Christ. $69 push-ups. I could do 69 push-ups. Not in one go, but fuck it. Here we go. Here, that's not what? No, that's 69. That's 68.4. 69. God damn it! God damn it! All right. I'll do 13. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Oh boy. So let's see. Let me open the vertical stream. Is there anybody watching the vertical stream? We got one person, so we will keep that for the vertical stream. Let's see how we can get this on camera. Boom. All right. 69. Here we go. Get your own official merch at TheIndianJesus.com. All right. And guys, don't forget, we're going right to the after party. So if I don't see anybody in there, I'm going to bed. Here we go. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! All right, 40. We got 40 in there. Holy moly. Woo. All right. Oh man, this is the hard part. When I start getting weak. Oh my goodness. All right. Go. Oh, that's too tight. I need a little wider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. Oh. 48. All right. Woo, wait. Let's go. Where's my, I need someone in the chat to be fucking keeping that shit rolling. I need your fucking help here. Nine, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, fuck. 5, 6. Ah. Oh. Let's go. 57, 58, 59. All right, we got 10 to go. Let's go. A clean 10. Woo! Oh. You're supposed to stretch first, I think, but, you know. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck! Oh, man. All right, I guess not a clean 10. 7 left. Let's go! One, 2, 3. Ah, come on! I gotta get 4. I gotta get the 4. There's no way I'm leaving 1 and I'm not doing any extras. Let's go. Get that blood flowing. 4 push-ups, you fruit. You can do 4 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! Oh, fuck. 69. Holy shit. Fuck you. See, this is the opposite. This is the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing. Fuck you. Alright, well fine. Fuck all of you then. No support, no cheering on, and we're talking shit. Alright. That's how we're gonna end, and I guess that's how we end. Once again, Morty, I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Guys, remember, I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, so make sure you hit that subscribe, and you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so ring that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Thank you so very, very much. A big shout out to all of the donations, and of course, our sponsor, Funkmaster General. We are